A 1 1 1. One, two, eight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, two, eight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a 10. Eight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Eight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One. You getting that? 1.
1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 1 2 microphone check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 microphone check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Chepu, Tumi, Mzu.
Some things never change. It's all the same. Some things never change. It's all the same. Some things never change. I couldn't stop and say no. It's all the same. You won't take the blame, even when you are blowing up. Oh my, you're my broken heart. Nobody's gonna save it, no. Oh my, you're my broken heart. So come on, let me show you how. Oh my, you're
Good morning. Dumelang. Sanibona. Dimashironi. Goeiemorgen. Molweni. Bese nginilotshise. Kithi siyathokoza ukuthi sizokuthoma uhlelo lethu lanamhlanje back and fresh. I hope you guys had a beautiful evening last night. Any one of you attended the all right, thanks, President. The cocktail. Let's network, colleagues. Let's network. Let's communicate. Let's engage. Let's exchange contacts. And let's collaborate. You know, you would be surprised to understand the power of collaboration. And you sometimes meet people in events like this where you discover that you actually are in the same industry, subsector, in the same space, and you are competing for literally the same opportunities. But collaboration is the thing. Welcome. For those of you who were not here yesterday, my name is Thabo Masombuga. In my other life, I used to be the chairperson of the construction sector, at least until last week, Monday. So can we speak? I'm not speaking anymore now. The CEO is here to speak to. I just thought I must put that up front. But in my other life, I work as a legal consultant, a legal practitioner focusing in construction and engineering. And I'm also responsible for the implementation of the legal sector code, which is currently being gazetted by the Minister of Trade and Industry. So I do a lot of work around empowerment. Colleagues, today we are just going to do a quick reflection. The Minister of Human Settlement is here. The MEC for Infrastructure and Housing is here. They are going to join us as soon as we are able to call them through. Maybe by way of reflection, we had a very good session yesterday, although it was back-to-back, and it was quite filled with a lot of speeches and speakers, and I know some of you would have loved to have an interaction with them. Our apologies that the program was carte blanche, and we could have made sure that there's more engagement, but time was against us. But if you recall, we started the session with a discussion on infrastructure transformation, where we emphasized the need for collaboration between various stakeholders. And we said there should be an agency in addressing the challenges facing the industry by collectively highlighting the importance of inclusivity. And we had the National Treasury to speak to us about the procurement bill, procurement legislation, and how much of that will impact on opportunities going forward. We had messages of support from various industry bodies, MPSA, thank you, presidents, both presidents are here. We had the SAFSEC, we had the BBC, and we had, the Consulting Engineering South Africa also sharing with us what their expectations are going forward. We also had a presentation regarding the organization's strategic shift towards project approach. We will hear today the Deputy Minister of Water Affairs is going to come here. I know a lot of you have got interesting questions around what are the project outline and schedules and how much. He did announce his project schedule and plan last year. We'll need to ask the minister how much of that has been implemented and how much of that are black people participating in those opportunities. We also had a session dealing with project infrastructure funding. If you recall, we had DPSA infrastructure, we had collaborative infrastructure funding to ensure that we get to understand the opportunities available. I remember Lifuno asking, can we move forward, please, from the back there? There are chairs in the front here so that we are able to, please just move to better proximity of issues. We then had a discussion around how to outline requirements and specific qualifications, criteria for people to receive project finance. Because more often than not, we come here, we speak in broad terms, but there's no exact specific criteria that is meant to help people deal with project finance and the applications thereto. So those were overall the highlights of the discussions yesterday, and the CIDP was on stage to discuss how we look forward to streamlining requirements for procurement regulations and how to make sure that there are opportunities coming out of that. As we welcome both the Minister and the MEC into the room, let's just give them a round of applause, please, and thank them for coming. Thank you. So those are, quite frankly, colleagues, the responses that we had yesterday. I'm giving them to you in highlight and high level because I do know that the conference secretariat has your details, has your email addresses, and what they are going to do, they are going to distribute these, including the presentations that were presented yesterday, so that you are able to then, on your own and at your own time and pace, make note of those particular issues that you want us to take forward. You must recall that we committed to ensure that this become an interactive summit where we don't focus only on complaints, bashing, problems, isolation. We also focus on solutions-driven approach. So if you feel that there's an aspect of the work that the PPCPE should be carrying through, please feel free to make your notes based on those comments, take it up with the relevant project office so that the leadership of the PPCPE can take those matters up. Without any further ado, allow me then, colleagues, to take this opportunity to thankfully afford the MEC for infrastructure, MEC for human settlement in Gauteng. No, there's no human settlement in Gauteng, right? There's infrastructure, correct? Is there? Yeah, this again, the reconfiguration happens. The reconfiguration of portfolios happens a lot. Sometimes we lose track. But yes, all right. The MEC to come, MEC for Human Settlement in Gauteng, Honorable Tasmin Mutara, to come and thank you and address you in the process, introducing the Minister so that the Minister can deliver to us a keynote address. In the meantime, can I request the members of the panel on alternative building technology to proceed to the technical area to be mic'd up, because immediately after the Minister, we're going to have a panel that will flow from her address, which deals with issues related to alternative building framework and infrastructure, which is one of the critical instruments of infrastructure development in South Africa. MEC, over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Human settlements is a concurrent function, so it takes place nationally in provinces and in municipalities. And I think as a council in the built environment, it's important that you have an appreciation of where what you do takes place so that you understand how you can support and assist in the delivery of government priorities. But thank you so much. I was once the MEC of infrastructure as well, so we have both those departments in the province. But to the Minister, Thembi Simelane, thank you so much. Good morning. To the CEOs of various institutions and entities, DG of the Department of Human Settlements and your executive and senior management, to the various stakeholders representing entities and business councils, as well as built environment professionals here today. Thank you so much, and let me, on behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Government, take this opportunity to welcome you to the second day of the Built Environment Indaba. I'd like to congratulate the Black Business Council in the built environment for having stepped up and initiated this platform in order to bring like-minded individuals, organizations, and institutions into a forum such as this to find solutions to some of the challenges the built environment faces. Your theme, partnering with government and key stakeholders to deliver infrastructure projects through innovative funding and delivery models, is a call to action to all of us involved in the built environment to address two challenging aspects of delivering infrastructure. The first being funding. We know and accept that the fiscus cannot fund all our infrastructure needs, and we have got to look at other funding streams to unlock, especially economic infrastructure, to drive our economy forward. Your theme also touches on delivery models. What are some of the new and tested delivery models that are being used elsewhere, but we have not yet adopted here in South Africa? What do we need to do to introduce these alternative models? Do we need to change policy? Do we need to introduce legislation or regulations? Or do our current legislation and regulations allow for acceptance of alternative delivery models? As I welcome you today, let me provide a picture of the province that is hosting this Indaba. The smallest province in land size, the largest contributor to the country's GDP, Gauteng has 15 million residents and contributes 34% to the total GDP of the country. Gauteng is the 7th largest economy on the continent. We have identified construction, which is an integral part of the built environment, as one of the 10 key sectors that contribute towards that 34%. But construction has been one of our 10 high-growth sectors that have not recovered since COVID. Sometimes we treat COVID as a far and distant memory, but the realities of the devastation that COVID wreaked on various sectors, including construction, can still be felt today. All role players who contribute to the whole built environment value chain, whether regulators, government, who should be an enabler for the delivery of projects, academic institutions who must produce quality professionals across the value chain, the private sector who we rely on for quality, on time, and within budget delivery. All these role players have a direct contribution to make towards reigniting the built environment space in our country. At face value, human settlements does not necessarily look like it is an economic contributor. It has always been appreciated as a social intervention by the state. Yet the security of tenure does provide an opportunity for economic participation in various ways. It allows owners to access other opportunities available with direct economic benefits. While we boast these positive figures in Gauteng, we must reflect on the huge backlog facing us. 1.2 million people still wait for housing in Gauteng. At the current rate of delivery, we would have long died, Minister, you and I, and we would not have even halved that waiting list. But this is a direct result of an ailing economy, as those numbers reflect the demand of citizens for shelter, as they do not have other options outside of relying on the state for providing them with security of tenure. It has a direct reflection on the unemployment figures. It has a direct reflection on those who are also unemployable. So we've got to do more together to reignite the economy, build and create new jobs, introduce new ways of bringing money into the economy so that the jobless can find and look for other alternatives outside just full dependency on the state. Today, our keynote address will be delivered by an experienced leader in both public and private sector spaces. She brings with her experience of the local government sphere, which is possibly the public space that contributes greatly towards whether this sector thrives or not. Minister Thembi Simelane is a driven, hardworking individual who now leads us in the country in the delivery of human settlements. I have the honor and privilege of working with a dedicated individual who is both committed but also leads with vision to be able to drive and deliver human settlements. Having joined the department not long ago, but having come with a wealth of experience from other spheres, like I said, local government and other departments in national government, we in the human settlement space are privileged and honored to be led by a woman of her caliber and stature. I now would like to welcome and open the floor to the Minister to share with us her keynote in driving this economy and responding to the built environment needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC Mutara, Program Director, the President. There are so many presidents here. I actually got so amazed in the morning. I may not get their names right, all of them and their portfolios, but I did meet the President and the Program Director, who me and him come a bit of a long way from our then Eastern Transvaal lives. CEO of entities, I've seen many, obviously some might have not, who are in the human settlement space and the private entities, the business people in your own right as well. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think let me start by thanking the opportunity that has been availed to me through the invitation to come and address this important gathering, which is about the discussion of plans and policy shift we are trying to introduce. One is the Department of Human Settlement in the technologically driven built environment space. And looking closely at your theme today, undoubtedly I did feel that it is aligned to our current nuanced policy perspective, and we're indeed looking forward to partner with you to deliver infrastructure projects through innovative funding and delivery models. After the democratic breakthrough, it is important that we possibly sit and, reflect a little bit back, never redefining the problems because we know them much, but rather take a strategic thrust of saying, how do we take and build from what could have been done in the 30 years of our democracy? Of course, carrying along the steadfast commitment of ensuring that we push back the frontiers of poverty, we repudiate the imbalances of the past, and commit ourselves to creating a better life for all. And this is a noble premise and a principle that we articulate and still believe in, because it is what our forebears believed in 70 years ago when they adopted the Freedom Charter. Yes, South Africa belongs to all who lives in it, but all of us in this room carry a responsibility of ensuring, or at least that you join me in ensuring, that there should be houses, security and comfort. And that's what Clipdown 1955 was about. In my view and in my scale, there is glimmer of hope that is, is growing brighter and brighter in the eyes of our people, but it's us to turn that hope into reality as well and create immense pride and a sense of belonging on what they should be getting and they should justifiably so be receiving. But on hindsight, as I also said, the evolution of our society has required us to be vigilant and also uncompromising in implementing practical and tangible programs and strategies that will reverse the negative socio-economic impact of our past. Not only that, But that will also, as the MEC say, catapult the ability to deliver services to our people using the advanced technology and knowledge of the 21st century. Looking into your program after this opening session of this morning, the part of the panel of looking into alternative building materials and systems, I think it's something that we need to nurture and promote. We're still a developing country, yes, and we're faced with the agency to deliver and improve the quality of lives to the citizen in a most effective way. So there is this dichotomy that we always have to reconcile of our rural and urban dichotomy. Ordinarily, you would assume that in rural and in urban areas, there wouldn't be something that is termed urban poverty. But if you go around our human settlements, whether they are informal or formalized, you begin to see traces and big stories of urban poverty that are even worsened if people are not housed in formalized settlements. It becomes worse. There's a difficulty in connecting water, in connecting energy, as in electricity, in waste and sewer collections. But if you also even look into formalized settlements, you realize that the backlog is becoming big, it's creeping in. Even where you have built a house and allocated correctly to the beneficiary, there will be 2 or 3 shacks in the very same yard because the owner of the house does not have any other economic means and therefore is renting or subletting the 3 or 4 shacks. Initially, our policy was that we don't want any form of type because it makes the place look not developed or whatever. But at the backbone, you need to understand that there has to be a way that the people try and also enrich and promote the quality of their lives and improve it the best way they can within that space. So as a sector, all of us who are faced with these increased levels of migration and lately persistent weather patterns which are resulting in disasters. Initially in our weather services map, we used to highlight mostly KZN for the rains, Cape Town for the fire, and internal areas for the drought, Limpopo. But the situation has turned around. I mean, the whole of this year, almost here in Gauteng, it has been raining. Hence the Vaal River and the dam, it's overburst, you know. So what does that mean to human settlement? What does that mean in the Eastern Cape, in the mud houses, which are falling day by day? So we then need to look into these societal changes and try and find answers and resonate with what would work for our people. And our approach has therefore been, amongst other things, as I was discussing with the President in the holding room with the MEC and the team, that we may also want to look into service stands, which we get jointly with your assistance, to then allocate so that those who are able to build can build for themselves, but you provide a formalized settlement with infrastructure, underground and top ground, your roads, power connection and all that. So that you do not put everybody into the basket of the social wage that the MEC has been talking about, even if they can still be having means bit by bit to build for themselves. I'm a former mayor, and I used to say to my colleagues when they were coming hard on people who are doing bricks and selling in the construction industry, and I was saying, yes, our bylaws don't allow that, but let's connect them to water properly so that they can pay for what they were utilizing, because closing such an outlet is one of the problems that we're creating in increasing unemployment and people who are then compelled to flock even if they have a skill. So I think we need to go down even at that sphere and say to ourselves, how do we assist, how do we join them into making sure that there's SABS that can be able to register them, teach them properly what is a quality brick, and how do we put them into the value chain of human settlement that builds houses. If we are reading billions of what we are going to do in our housing, social development, and urban development grant, how much are we prepared to take the pain of development and not just count the figures that we have dispersed so much in this concurrent function that the MEC was talking about, but make it our responsibility to make sure that we carry the small and young in business to be able to be sustainable in future. And I do hope that one day we will stand up DG in such platforms, CEO Azola, in such platform and say, we've started so and so from the ground. We ensured that he or she is accredited. We've put her into the system. I don't like usually government programs which leaves our people to hang and dry. We say, we have allocated you this much, see how you finish. And then we say, how, but we gave you the money and you didn't spend it. I think we need to come out here with serious processes, but also there has to be your own peer review mechanisms that you are able to go into provinces and say, these are the ones that we think we have polished, we have started well, we just need that injection while we are integrating others to be able to join. We can't be a country which has got young people, qualified and not, skilled and semi-skilled, who are on robots, and we all think when we find the solution, they are not part of our problems. They are going to trouble us. They are our problem. They are going to trouble us. They are going to kill us. They are going to eat us alive. So they must be our problem as well. As you pass them, you must know that this is a problem for me. If it's not for me, it's for my children's problem. And once we develop that approach, I still can't understand it. If you go to any CTM today, where they sell tiles or any, when you go outside, you find the semi-skilled people who are tiling our houses. They are not our young people. I'm not sure we want to say to ourselves, why as bad as that as a country, that we can't just develop artisans to give us the labor that I can utilize in human settlement, having been developed by you with your qualification and all. How much am I, as a minister, prepared to carry? How much are you, as a built environment specialist, professional, business, prepared to carry jointly with me into changing your situation, but not ending there and bringing others who are still outside? And I think that's what it is for me. And the white paper provisions do make that indication. And I will encourage our colleagues here to go through it so that they can be able to make an input meaningfully into how do we change the human settlement policy, driving it towards the policy shift, which wants us to realign our implementation strategies. I like the discussion that is there already between NHBRC and who does the grading, CIDB, because there are glaring, inconsistencies there. And when you close on that, you are making sure that you no longer have something called George Building collapse in future, because there have been gaps and whatever. And this is what our policy looks from a government point of view, but also into ensuring that there's effective planning, there's effective development, there's effective and inclusive, sustainable, equitable, urban and rural human settlement. And in this inclusive part, we all can be joined into one. I welcome the arrival of Deputy Minister Mahlobo, my partner in crime. Is that allowed? Hey, okay. So I've touched a bit on our innovative built technologies. I wouldn't repeat more, and I know that you understand, but it comes into ensuring that our standards are aligned as well. There's fear in our country in particular when you want to introduce something that is not known, that is not common. And there could have been programs that came before, maybe that were not well researched, maybe that were not well thought of. And this fear is not only in human settlements. I mean, the Minister of Basic Education was at pains sometime last month to, explain a concept by McDonald's of a loadable desk, because it's targeting children in rural areas who don't have a desk at home. But the intervention from our country and the review was like, these kids are young. They can't carry this desk. It's too heavy. But if you look into it, maybe they are correct. Maybe they are correct. For me, it's not about, I always approach anything with an open mind to say, let me listen and listen attentively to the other voice. So we just don't have the appetite to look beyond what we know and how we have been doing things. So for us to be successful, we'll really have to test our solutions and test them so well that we are able to then introduce them, make sure they are certified correctly. And we have the Agreement Body of South Africa here, which have its own statutory obligations under the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. So we'll have to work together and see how best do we do that. But for me, IBTs are a way to go. If you also look what developed countries do and how do they deal with their human settlement backlog. I mean, currently we're accounting in the 30 years for over 5 million houses that have been distributed. But we're accounting for around 4,076 informal settlement in South Africa today. And as we are sitting here, someone is starting another one. So as I leave this precinct, there must be an additional informal settlement. Next to a wetland, it does not matter. Next to any other space available, in a corner, somewhere where you do not even believe that people could come and reside there. So we need to find a way of saying this part of the work that we are doing is only meant for the priority, which needs to be given to the vulnerable groups, the elderly, the vulnerable children, child-held households, people with disabilities, etc. But as a country and a sector, engineer the pride and the love that you need to build your house for yourself. Yes, we can provide a service stands because you do not have money to purchase that. But as Ukhereza, as we always say, make sure that it starts with housing yourself, because we can't be a social wage country permanently. So the least and my discouragement into provinces and municipalities, you can't enlist 21-year-olds and 27-year-olds to go and line to a social wage in government. We need to be, and that policy shift, I'm not expecting that it's going to be easy. I'm going to have NGOs and everybody else for the right of who and who, as enshrined in our constitution. They must be respected and it must be done. They must be given and whatever. But the argument is that, can our fiscus afford it? By the way, we're talking here, we don't even have an approved budget. So it just shows you that the fiscus is no longer at what we used to know and how we used to know it. We may also want to take benefits and cue of what the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission has been established to do. And if you read closely into their documents, they are taking a bold recognition that infrastructure investment is key. And the MEC also indicated it, that we need ourselves in the human settlement sector. Think outside the social creation wage of what we're handing over, but think as catalyst of infrastructure development as well. So in November, there were 19 completed strategic integrated projects by the human settlement family. I mean, I've visited some here in Grand Central, not very far from where we are. Shra had put around 990 units right in the CBD. That's getting outside of how you think of the human settlement. but also bringing the assurance of what you could be. I went to Conradi in the city of the West, Cape Town some 2-3 weeks ago, where they've put an entire settlement, including a social housing, right in town, right next to amenities, even with the retirement village, very strategic and different. So quite a number of these projects are also close by. They include transportation, they include water and sanitation, energy for human settlements and student accommodation. So currently, I'm bringing this so that we could then come close, all of us, and look into the space of about 82 projects, which either SHRA, HDA, ourselves have already valued, and we are hoping that the construction will roll out and we move towards that direction. The President gave us a mandate in the State of the Nation and say, go and take back abandoned buildings, which have got high economic value. So I'm actually been asking myself, and I haven't discussed it either with the SHRA CEO and whatever, if I make that successful, am I hoping to be an asset manager of government helping public works? I don't think so. So I think from the built environment, as you also have your own developers and your own assets, you also then need to be thinking as how Growth Point does, but using the kit of government to develop you into that level. I'm sure even public works will be the happiest. I haven't discussed with them. But I mean, everyone knows we are struggling to take care of our own assets. I'm yet to be convinced if we want development and growth, we need to keep that overall asset under government the way it is, maybe in a partnership. Let me conclude, Chair, by the work that I've been doing yesterday, and some of you might have seen from Friday, I appeared in the Portfolio Committee on the George Collapse building and released the report day before yesterday. And yesterday, it was just been many discussions. And it points a finger on all of us who are in this room, myself included. And I'm not here to say you did right, you didn't do right. But I'm just saying there will always be that eye that looks into whatever we're doing with the hope that if they are given an opportunity, quality must come out and quality must be what is written next to their name. And I plead that as we discuss, as we converge to build this family to be stronger, let's carry our reputation with us so that everybody when government says we are bringing these partners, everyone will say, yes, we have got trust that they will hand over to us, something that will be sustainable for ourselves and our children's children. Internationally, other countries, are leading. I mean, you go to China, in 10 days they are done with a solid building. And it never, you remember a comparison between how we're struggling to respond to COVID and how China will build a hospital quick. I don't know how do they do it. But you look into the USA, you look into Germany, even India have got strong building turnaround technologies. I mean, a person who has been to Ethiopia, what's their capital? Cairo, Addis, who has been to Addis 4 or 5 years ago, go to Addis today. It's a total different picture. They've maximized on the space. You look into the story of Saudi Arabia, Dubai. We now flock there for a visitation, and we have never thought of going back into our dilapidated city of Johannesburg and bringing the mayor into the room and say, unlock those opportunities, hand over this space that you are already failing, and let's turn it around and make it what it used to be. So the commitment I can make is that those partners, if you need them, we could try and bring them into the table and have that discussion and concretely move into implementation. And City of Johannesburg is just an example. This could happen with a Tegwini or Gqeberha or even a small town, where there are all these developmental opportunities that we need to do. So I'm appealing to you that we are committed, and I know you are here both online and physically, because of the commitment that you have to change your lives, but not only your lives and the lives of others as well. And I do believe that if we join our hands together, we definitely will have a sustainable and dignified human settlement, what all of us benefit in the development of our country. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, MEC, for those resounding words of support, and thank you for the work that you continue to do in propelling the transformation in the sector. Welcome, Kaya. Yathi mangibachela la ukuthi ngana eMpumalanga thina we are very early. I must believe, so you are a testimony to that. Thank you very much. No, Minister, you could not have said it any better. In fact, these delegates, these stakeholders know that you often are willing to come to the party in providing leadership in these issues. And part of this leadership is that we must deal with the uncomfortable truths. And the uncomfortable truths are that human settlements targets are moving targets every day. Can I ask the exhibitors to please retreat to their stand, because the minister would like to visit you shortly before they leave. These targets, Minister and MEC, are moving every day. As we speak now, there's these fellows called Machochombepreneurs. Machochombepreneurs. I don't know when last was the minister driving out of Attersville through the N4. Just the extension of Attersville, outside Attersville, the mountains there. It's shiny there. Do you know that? Who has ever driven that side towards the N4, towards Rassenberg? It's shiny there. There are pieces of shacks, new shacks, Minister. I went to Cape Town next to Kailija there. You find, even their mobile machochombes. They sell them. You ask a person, hey, what do you do? Hey, Msegas, the little chombepreneur. Because they sell these shacks. And these shacks are expensive, man. They come even in double stories. Have you seen them? Double, triple stories. So there are people, Minister, who are making a kill out of this, and they are really reversing our targets, because, as we try to stop people from indecent human settlements, they are actually cultivating and enabling that. And people, because they need the numbers, I can't remember, someone from the COJ can tell us. There was a stage where there were 10,000 people coming into Johannesburg on a daily basis. 10,000 coming to settle in Johannesburg. So that's a sad reality, and these things are pushing back our numbers, our targets. Whatever we do then becomes just a scratch in the surface. So we're going to, because MEC and Minister will going to have to leave us to engage with other stakeholders, we've asked them for their indulgence just to have 3 questions, right? And maybe so much not questions, because you have noted one at the back, because we agreed that this summit is no longer about moaning and complaining. It's a solutions-driven summit. So I've seen 3 hands. I've noted one at the back. There's one here from Mbogoto, and there's one there. Can we just get the mics there and get the comments or solutions? Keep it tight, keep it close. Then we can, maybe just for the benefit, if there's one this side. President Paul, nothing today, nothing this side. All right. Sawik, can we then have just the comments, then MEC and Minister will respond, then we can then excuse them to the exhibition, then and allow Deputy Minister to come on stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Program Director. My name is Rufuno. I just want to provide one comment which will lead to a question of intervention by the Minister.
Yeah.
And thank you for some of the issues that he touched. And I want to follow up on the issue of the UISPs, upgrade of informal settlements programs.
Yes.
Those checks that you spoke about, I see them every day when I go home. I stay on the other side.
Okay.
And The reason why they are mushrooming in so many places, I want to give a proposition that possibly is the lack of standardization of our UISP programs. To an extent that there must be a solid restriction of when to form one and if it needs to be formed, what needs to be followed. And I know that she spoke about the population control and the unfortunate economic state that we can't resolve. But Minister, I have a real experience that the upgrade of informal settlements programs, studies that are done in the municipalities, including Joburg, they don't move to conclusion of implementation. Before you know it, another consultant will have to redo what another consultant has done. And what usually ends up happening is that a consultant will be paid to review the work that was done by the previous consultant, and they too will come up with something else. And the municipalities, in particular city of Joburg, as an example, sit with so many unresolved designs which they don't know what to do with. So I think maybe if we look at the reception from the minister about an idea of executing a study, an international benchmarking study of how other countries are handling these UISP programs. And we learn from others and sit with it and see it if we can document.
Are we really not having enough of those studies, those benchmark reports?
No, we don't.
Are we saying for 25 years we've really not had a database of solid, sustainable solutions?
Maybe the minister will proceed from there.
All
That
right.
was my input.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Lufuno. Always welcome your input. Sir, at the back there, and I like your approach because it's a question, but yet, Minister, it's also a proposition of really how do we move forward with these things? Because I know government has a lot of studies packed in one file after the other.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
I'm Godfrey Ramalisa from Consulting Engineers South Africa.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister, for your speech and also for the issues which you have raised. I think most of the issues which you have touched are engineering related. As we know, the Freedom Charter and the Bill of Rights have got all these promises, housing and water, and all these again, Minister, I would like to repeat, they are engineering related. So what is the solution to these issues? Somewhere, somehow, Minister, when we talk about working together, I think we need to expand it and say we need to work together with engineers. Somewhere, somehow, we need to get engineers and built environment professionals to be on the forefront of infrastructure. Departments and some of the municipalities are running without engineering leadership. So the infrastructure crisis or poor maintenance or potholes or no water will continue, and transformation also will suffer, because in order for us to transform the sector, we need to get engineers to be busy doing their work. There are other people that are not qualified occupying engineering or technical positions.
Exactly.
And then when it comes to procurement, I was hoping, or maybe we must still continue to pray, that the Procurement Act will prevent those that are not of our sector from getting tenders. Because when they get tenders of engineering services, we again suffer. We cannot get our own to be professional registered because they are now observers of, I don't know, you call them machochombe, entrepreneurs, but I think they used to be called tenderpreneurs.
Okay.
So my question to the minister, what must we do as engineers or society to get engineers to be embraced, to get engineers to be allowed to get on with their jobs, to get engineers to literally build this economy and create jobs?
Definitely.
Thank you for
No, I know those
the
engineers.
engineering profession.
Another engineer who brought us funny trains is in jail now. You remember that one? Who designed some trains. All right, there was a hand here. Yes, Bogoto, then you're done. All right, thank you. You wanted to ask that question? Oh, okay, then we'll close it off here. Thank you.
Sanibonani.
Yebo, ma.
Mina ngizocela ukukhuluma.
Khuluma mshaye ma. Sa-interpret.
Grace Mkhonza ngibuya e-Ivory Park.
All right.
Isikhalo sami sinye. Sanikezwa ama-business site ngo-2016. Kwathiwa it's a lease, 30-year lease. Khoye owangena emva kwaleyo minister sesinikeziwe ama-business site. Kufanele ukuthi kuziwe kuzokwenziwa infrastructure.
To service the land.
Kuservice the land.
Yeah.
Masiya e-COJ sithola sekunominister omusha uthi yena angeke aqhubeke naleyo ayiqalanga uye. Kuze kube namhlanje uya e-Eskom uyo apply bathi ya e-COJ. Mawufika e-COJ batshela ukuthi leyo ndawo leyo ayikho emthethweni kodwa sinama lease agreement. So ngicela ukwazi ukuthi ngaleyo senza njani ngoba sicindelezekile sinamaphupho asikwazi ukuwafeza.
All right. The infrastructure planning instability minister arising out of the change. I'm sure she's talking about the MMC for human settlement. Yeah, I suspect. Mbogoto, can we close it here? Then we are either. Right. Can we have the mic here? Yeah, I know that change of leadership instability. Hey, angiyazi lena ayisiye yami. Hey, ubani bana approve wanga yimi. Very problematic. There's no consistency of government. All right.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. My name is Jinan Tlabati.
All right.
Gauteng. I'm from Sawik. I'm the Provincial Secretary. First of all, I would like to thank you. I'd like to thank the Department of Human Settlement for a long relationship with our organization. Secondly, I know yesterday this was raised by President Twetu, Minister of Public Works. We would like to remind Minister about the social compact that was signed with the former minister to say, can this please be implemented? This is just a reminder. And I know that soon it will be done. And thank you for that in advance. The other thing is about the well-spoken about, I don't know if it's a well-spoken about, the issue here, construction mafia. It was also raised yesterday. It is an issue, it is a problem, it is a problem, particularly to women. I know that it affects all genders, male and female, but we would really like a department to do something about it. It is an issue, and we appreciate you as you will be working on it. Right. Thank you very much.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. I think we agree that that is a phenomenon that is very disruptive to all of us in the sector, all of us who are good citizens who want to earn a good living. Minister, can I suggest MEC maybe to first start tackling that one of the COJ. So what happened? They just here in Tembisa, ne? Ivory Park, yeah, they were given pieces of land, permits to develop, but when they are about to start looking for finance, a new MMC came in and said, look, I don't have anything to do with this. They look like they're stuck now.
Thank you. So I'm not familiar with the problem or the project, but if we can get the details, we can follow up with the MMC. There may be reasons why that decision would have changed, but I also doubt that human settlements in the municipality would have been the one to have funded it. It might be economic development and that sort of thing, but we can investigate to see and assist and redirect the lady as to who would be the relevant person in the municipality to assist her. Thanks.
All right. So MEC uhamba ne support, ne? There's office support bahleli lapha emuva. Just go there mama, ubanika ama details wakho, your name, your company, the land where this thing is situated, all the details that the MEC would require. and then they would then be able to follow up. I know that our government is responsive. Within 7 days, you are going to get a response. Within 7 days, I can rest assured. Minister?
I've never seen a setup by a program director like this one. He even sets targets. No, that's fine. I think let me start by the first comment and question that Ulufuno made with regard to upgrade of informal settlement. I don't think there's a lack of standardization. There possibly is a lack of implementation of bylaws by municipalities and a lack of follow through, for a lack of a better word, of their backyard. Because the land you are talking about, for example, program director in Atteridgeville, it's municipal land possibly, or it's municipal space. And I'm not undermining that they may be facing challenges. You may find that within that municipal space, that's private land. And the private owner is unable to deal with the encroachment. But jointly, the private owner and the municipality can be able to tackle if the other is given jurisdiction to deal with the matter from a legal point of view. So if you allow a settlement to start and legally within a number of hours, you have not acted to inform those people that they are trespassing, which is a transgression in law, and you give them a notice for them to vacate at a particular time, and then you evict, you have inadvertently started an informal settlement. So it could also be capacity in terms of, how big is the city of Tshwane? And how many land parcels are they planning? But it poses another question: what is their plan about these settlements? How do they protect them? Because we know any land that is open now is vulnerable to such types of land grabs. It's a discussion and an engagement that government needs to hold on its own. DG was reporting to me yesterday or the day before, one government entity owns land in the city of Johannesburg, and there was an informal settlement there. Unfortunately or fortunately, there was fire which burned a number of shacks and forced everybody to exit. And we said to the owner of the land, this settlement, we know it, but it's in your land, it's illegal. Now that is clear, take over, safeguard your land in poisons. And the entity did nothing. Guess what? This month there are new shacks. So and when you say to this entity, okay, give me this land, because it's strategic, they will say you are going to use it. Now we both are losers. I can't do anything about the land. They also can't do anything. They don't benefit anything. But the city of Johannesburg is the biggest loser in this instance, because the settlement is connected illegally. Water connection, Mahlobos board are not being paid. Energy is connected illegally. So at the end of it all, maybe what needs to be standardized is how we need to have our intergovernmental relations streamlined. That we also need to showcase what are we going to do with land. You are business people, most of you, and most of you have an experience where you have gone to a municipality. In most instances, not even requesting the land, saying, can I buy this piece of land? And they will turn you back. 2 years, 3 years down the line, that land is occupied and the municipality had not done anything about it. I think maybe that's what we need to study. What are the parcels I know the city of Mangaung, earlier in its times, they actually had a government had defined each and every piece of land, what does it think it needs to do. It had developed corridors. That area will be for tourism, that area will be for what? And I think they were hoping that they will then release such parcels and track development. Because development is intentional. You can't just have a mortuary there and a guest house closer. I mean, you need to proper plan as a city what do you want to do. And I think that's where municipal LED, which is economic development programs, fail. Not only even on areas where the land belongs to them, but generally in terms of planning. What should be the outlook of the city? This area is industrial, this is whatever. So that even when you are encouraging your business partners, you leverage on that type of a plan. Otherwise, the others, I think a program director is correct. The studies have been done. Maybe the weakness is implementation as well. Godfrey, you know what I think we need to do as the engineering sector in this example? One, it will push transformation, but two, it will safeguard your names and whatever. What does the Legal Practice Council do when a lawyer has not represented them properly?
Basket, Miss.
Yes, they disbar that member. But what does the Legal Practice Council do if you are Tembi, you are not a lawyer, but you have been found somewhere trying to represent people either in a small town magistrate, they get you arrested. So I think we need to tighten first our engineering body registration. You need to do your own sector code which says you meet these requirements, then you can. And then you go to these institutions. And who are these institutions? They are so easy, they are organized. It's municipalities which approve buildings. It's public works, it's us, it's anywhere in the infrastructure. These are the people and they come from this database. What does the SAICA do? Chartered accountants. You can't just call yourself a chartered accountant and go anywhere in any municipality. It's either the municipality has hired a person who's not properly registered, but the qualified ones are known. And the space is shrinking for the not so qualified because of the professionalization of the public service. So we need to take professionalization outside from an employee type of to even a technical. So you need to boldly say to public works, to human set, and once you have public works, they can generate those standards for everybody.
Yeah.
To say this is, so that's where the room starts. We need to get the Minister of Public Works. We could cooperate, we should cooperate, but get them registered so that it's known that anyone who operates outside this license. But also, bodies sometimes are afraid to take action when one of your members have not done right. So, which then discredits your name. Because you need to have then a body that will be so impartial when a George building has collapsed to say, colleagues, what have you done here?
Yeah.
Is it right or is it wrong? Don't say, ah, well, it's Tembi, she's light in complexion and I like her, and then you look away. No, it's not going to work. Then the entire body lose credibility, and the next time each and everyone will come and work in your space and not even be ashamed to rubbish your name. And I think you can start by claiming it first.
Yeah.
And then when a member is registered or is not registered but is doing a project, you must be the first one to say, Ematatiela municipality. Tembi there is not a qualified engineer. We distance ourselves from that project. Get to see if council will appoint him or her again. No. But you hear about these things, you live them as well. Sometimes we don't hear about them until there's a problem. Money has disappeared or anything, and then your name is in disrepute as well. I think that's where, if we start here taking care of this sense, the rents will take care of themselves. The last portion was Sawik, Madam Tlabat. It can only be a commitment one makes, really, that the social compact, it's on our table, on our site, it's part of our deliverable targets. We've toned down those targets, put them into our APP. Yes, we can't be able to implement everything at a go, but we will be able to come to you and say our starting point is this one, and this is where the challenge is. Because we also want you jointly one day that you say, well, the sector has targeted 40% women spend in human settlement. You must be bold enough to ask me, Minister, where is it? And I must respect you and come and respond. Right? So I think there is that commitment, and we can harness from it. I don't know how to deal with the mafias, except that I can ask Minister Mkun to possibly assist us and partner. I don't even own a teaspoon, let alone a gun.
To ask him Kwanas in KZN to deal with.
I can't multiply a lot of Mkwanas, but I can rely on him in KZN, but I'm not sure what will happen in Eastern Cape, in Limpopo, or anywhere else. But they're doing well, those commissioners as well. But I think really we need to partner. But also when we partner, we must also really try and find a way of refusing also to be bulldozed by wrongdoers.
Yeah.
Right? Because sometimes we cooperate with them, give them until they ask for more. And at that time, it's relatively late. But you can't blame a person who's intimidated. Maybe we need to create a chain, program director and president, of how do we have a unit at SAPS that deals with catalytic projects, construction, and all that, so that there could be a place where you sound a call to say, hey, there's a problem at this particular, because even government loses. I mean, a project which doesn't get finished on time, besides this a cost escalating, and you guys are very quick in claiming it is what time? Standing time, invoice. So we lose by the impact and a lot of money, but also the beneficiary gets to be robbed as well. Whatever that project was supposed to benefit, they get to be delayed in one way or the other. So we must find a way really of how jointly we can deal with this. Thank you very much.
No, that's true, Minister. A round of applause, colleagues. Because I think it's true, extortionism starts very small and it grows like cancer. You know, ask for 10 rands, tomorrow's 100 rand. You know, we start to report them when they now want 1 million rands because you can't give them anymore. And I think, Godfrey, the answer was correct. I think the enforceable norms and standards on engineering must be non-negotiable. The same way as Auditor General has recommended an enforceable recommendation that all CFOs of public entities must be chartered accountants. I think we must follow the same way. Local government, you can't have someone heading a technical service and yet they are not engineers. Self-proclaimed engineers, Minister. I once did that. When I went to Engineering Council of South Africa Engineering CESA conference in Cape Town. I found myself during lunch, Minister. So we're eating and we introduce ourselves, and this is based on a true story. It happened. How everyone is introducing themselves. My name is so-and-so. I'm a consulting engineer. My name is so-and-so. I'm an electrical engineer. My name is so-and-so. I'm a water engineer. Now it's my turn. And I'm seated with all these engineers. In order to fit in, I had to also introduce myself and say, my name is Thabo Masombuga. I'm a transformation engineer. So I had to proclaim myself because I wanted to be relevant. But all of us who need to be engineers for change, that's what the Minister and Godfrey were calling on us to do. Colleagues, we're now going to ask Minister MEC and Deputy Minister to proceed to the to the exhibition room. Whilst they do that, can I call the panel to move on stage? Our panel moderator is going to be the BBCB Women National Chair, Nhlamin Ndlovu. Please come on board to coordinate and moderate your panel. The panel members are as follows. Agrima's SA CEO, Richard Somanje. And can I call the SHRA Acting CEO, Lebua Linswalo, and the NHBR CEO, Dr. Spumeze Nze, Zola Mavekiso from the NHFC, and the Building Networks MD, Denzel Ntapo. Please come on stage so that Mentlami can coordinate this. We have about 40 minutes. So I'm going to trust you to set the tone. We're not going to have a presentation. Set the tone on the discussion is how to fund and deliver human settlement through alternative building technologies. You can have a seat, gentlemen. Then we can take it from there. We'll engage with the panel, with the delegates as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's been a fantastic several hours spent in the company of people that have a lot to say to us. I think it's been equally interesting listening to everyone's experiences. And as we are wrapping up today, I'm hoping that this particular conversation will really gear up our thinking. We're living in interesting times. 2025 has brought a few surprises, some coming in the form of tariff wars. AI is the buzzword of the last couple of years. There's so much to consider about where the future is taking us. In fact, I don't know how you feel sitting up here, but it almost feels as though the future is unpredictable, something that we cannot really clearly see. I think one of the wonderful things about our industry is that we have the opportunity to shape a future for ourselves. It's not something that we consume, it's something that we design. Speaking about our engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, that are the people that scope projects, and then further on, we have people that are funding projects. You've got contractors like myself that execute the projects, and then you have the public at large that consumes the infrastructure that is provided. So this conversation comes in that context to understand where we are and how do we get to where we want to go. So I would really, really love to welcome, please come on board. I'd really like to welcome our panelists, and of course we look forward to hearing what you have to share with us. One of the critical things that we experience, or at least in my little corner of this big industry, is that the absorption of alternative building technologies has not borne the fruit that I think we all imagined it would some several years ago. I think we have our own anecdotal experiences as consultants and contractors, people in the market. I think it would be really interesting for us to hear from yourselves. What have your experiences been in the attempt to onboard and mainstream alternative building technologies to address the needs of our industry? And I leave it to you. I'm not going to put anyone on the spot. Thank you.
Yeah.
And please feel free to introduce yourself as we go along.
Thank you. My name is Richard Somanje. I'm from Agrima, South Africa. And I must assume that everyone knows Agrima, South Africa. And I need to highlight that because this is necessary. Every time, whenever we talk about Agrima, South Africa, people ask questions, what is Agrima? And our color is green. Then people think we are an agricultural entity. And I must tell everyone now, even the one in the media, to say Agrima now is more than 50 years in the making. And this is the only entity that have been in the making for 48 years under CSIR and doing what it's doing best, but not known. The portfolio committee, they know us as a best kept secret in South Africa. And we're not happy with such a title. And we have started the initiatives, marketing initiatives to really make ourselves available, be known by the communities. And professionals knows us, but it's only less than 10% of the 60 million people that know what Agrima does. In short, Agrima exists to certify innovative products and systems that doesn't have standards. All standards are managed and administered by SABS, and we exist before SABS. We started in 1969, and we evaluate innovative products from the specifiers for fitness for its purpose. And it's important to highlight that. And this has been, South Africa has been doing this since 1969 without really publicizing it. In other words, we don't take credit. It's high time that we make ourselves relevant and be known. And in as far as an alternative build technology, where we are really specializing this, we have a database where anyone can go to our website to see what is there, the certificates that we have issued to the certificate holders. These are specifiers. And in terms of the implementation of our database, it's got more than 200 certificate holders. And 60% are in the building system program, Chair. Are in the building systems, others are on road products and others. But it's important that for us, and as the research has been highlighted, is to understand and gauge the absorption of technology in South Africa. And that is the research that we want to do this. And we belong to World Federation Organization of Technical Assessments, which there are 22 members in the world. And in 2026, we'll be hosting one. And it's held annually. This is to gauge ourselves with Europe, North America, South America, as well as Asia in terms of how the technology is being used. You must also know that what we are seeing is new here in South Africa may not necessarily be new in Europe. It could have been there for over 100 years. But what is key is that we see some inroads, especially the initiatives by the Department of Human Settlement, followed by the Provincial Department of Human Settlement in the Eastern Cape, where we have a memorandum of understanding. They have improved in terms of how they take the technology and implement it. And that is key that we want to see with other provinces as well, and also any other infrastructure organization that are implementing infrastructure. The worrying part as Agrima, it's what we are seeing now, which we may relate it to the George Building, but George Building is just a reference. The construction of social infrastructure, we don't have inspectors to inspect. If they use alternative build technology, who's inspecting that to avoid such? I think that's a question that we all worrying about. And it is something that we are looking at to review our act, that's an Agreement South Africa Act, so as to accommodate or make it mandatory to monitor and review and make sure that those social infrastructure, wherever we use the ABTs, and they are monitored and they are built accordingly. We continue to work with municipalities. They have a workshop, so as we partner with municipalities to make sure that they monitor, do their bylaws through the build control unit to improve on the use of alternative build technology. And the reason the question still remains, how much is this technology being absorbed in the country, is the research that we need to conduct. But for now, what we can say, what is happening within the human settlement space is very interesting, and we're looking forward, as they've also published the norms and standards of using the alternative build technology, and that is the direction that we should be going, including the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which is our shareholder. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may go next. Good morning. My name is Leboa Letswalo. I'm the acting CEO of the Social Housing and Regulatory Authority. So, Social Housing Regulatory Authority, of course, invests and regulates into social housing. We don't have one single unit that's built from alternative building technology, yet it exists. There's some level of, we can develop the norms and standards, and that's great because we have to start somewhere. But we need to take it further where our beneficiaries have a tolerance and an acceptability level, because there's a possibility that they could turn around and not appreciate what's been built because they could look at it as being cheap or for low income earners. Yet, if you go into the new developed, what do you call them, the affluent areas, you'll find that all these huge houses use ABTs. So even the well-off people do live in such, use such technology. But there's a lesson to be learned, of course, from, as the minister mentioned, from developed countries. China, on an annualized basis, builds more than 1 million houses, and it uses majority ABT. Singapore, also the same. We have a backlog, and for us to be able to catch up, meet the rate and pace of delivery, we have to migrate from the brick and mortar. It's a no-brainer due to the turnaround time, etc. There's also developers who just don't see the ABT being a solution. Because it comes from, what am I getting myself into? What are the long-term maintenance challenges I may face? So we need to do a lot of piloting of these systems and have a positive uptake from the beneficiaries, the developers, the financiers as well, because they might turn around and say, until there's a certain percentage of tolerance and acceptability in the market, only then they can start outlaying funding. But the positive part of it is that from government viewpoint, using grant funding, it's a beautiful springboard to start using ABT to meet our delivery requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Litsola. I'm so glad that you were forthcoming with your confession. I was going to put someone in the hot seat and ask, do we have any significant uptake of ABTs in social housing specifically? And I think if I may just offer, one of the key things that we have observed is that it really is driven primarily by a scoping process. And the unique position that Shra is in is that you have got a view of the entire life cycle of a particular building. So that talks to your energy consumption. That talks to, of course, your maintenance, as you rightly pointed out. And I'm sure if there was an opportunity to actually say, you know what, we need to be reducing energy usage by certain percentages for the benefit of the user as well, and for the developer, and for the financier, you could start to find some very good leverages to start having a conversation that leads to a good outcome. It's just a thought.
That's right.
Is there anyone else? Thank you.
Okay. Denzel Nsapo here. I'm the MD of BDN Building Networks. We specialize in ABT. What we do, we actually get subcontracted by many ABT service providers who are AGRIMA certified to roll out their solutions into the market. We've had the opportunity to test quite a number of solutions and also to see advantages and disadvantages. But the biggest gap that we've picked up is the awareness, the education in the market. Although the need of housing supersedes the lack of education, because we've had cases where in KZN, we went with the last disasters in 2023, we were supposed to deliver 25 houses in about 23 days. And we moved in there swiftly. In exactly about 25 days, we were out with houses handed over. And if you look at the situation that we found there, people were literally staying in, the mud houses had collapsed. They had no place to stay. They were staying in tents and halls. And when we came there, we came as if it was a blessing from the sky, because we just, over about 25 days, we could take 25 beneficiaries and house them. And that's one example of ABT and its effects. Even right now, we are building a school in side of Jimiston. We're starting to build a school tomorrow. We need to hand over the school by next week, Friday. The school that's going to have 25 classes. Each class will take about 50 students. So ABT works. ABT is making a change. ABT is changing the industry, but awareness is still a big gap that maybe we need to look on how we go about it. And then also from a funding point of view, we've also explored your FLISP. If maybe we could partner with FLISP from an APT side, those people who actually want to get their houses done, don't have some people have been on the waiting list for RTP houses since 1994. How do we then bring FLISP to some of the APT solutions in the market to see how we bridge the gap? That's one way that we've explored. We haven't done a comprehensive proposal on how we bring FLISP and the APT solutions that are currently approved by AGRIMA into one basket to say now, instead of waiting for an RTP, if we have a piece of land, can we come and put up a structure for you? That's one possibility that I think it's a way to fund or to close the gap of housing and also introduce APT in a rapid space. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can step in there, because I am a financier, and actually the First Home Finance Program, FLISP does not exist anymore, does fall within the NHFC. So maybe just to quickly introduce the institution, we are a financier, we are a DFI, Development Finance Institution, the only one in the human settlement space. And really what we do is we provide various, financing mechanisms in order to ensure that there's acceleration of, development of affordable housing stock, including the fully subsidized stock. So we effectively cater for the market, households that earn below 22,000 Rand a month. So we have a contractor finance solution, which is a revolving bridging loan facility for development of both RDP and BNG housing. We also provide an affordable housing finance solution for the for the development of affordable housing stock, including serviced sites. It's also a bridging loan facility, which is slightly longer dated than the one that we provide for contractors. We also have long-term senior debt facility for the development of social housing units. So the SHRA provides the grant, 70% of the project finance that's required to build social housing stock. The NHFC then steps in the instance of SHIs with the 30% gap with a senior loan facility, and in the instance of ODAs with a 10% senior debt fund, because ODAs are expected to contribute equity into the transactions. We also provide facilities for the development of student accommodation as well as private rental stock. We also have, it's a wide spectrum of things that we do in this affordable housing market. We provide a wholesale finance facility for microfinance institutions who on-lend those facilities to end users that want to build for themselves incrementally, and also to micro developers that are developing backyard rental stock. So that is the full spectrum of what we do at the NHFC. But certainly concerning, ABTs, for us, it's critically important that we are enabled by our shareholder to be able to start funding, development of ABT's stock or to support developers that are rolling out these ABT developments. Interestingly, I had a conversation a bit earlier with the CEO of Agrimat SA to say, so how many of these ABT technologies are accredited by Agrimat? He says in excess of 200. And I said to him, so how many developers are actually implementing, utilizing these technologies? And he says too few. He didn't give me a number, which just goes to show you that the point that the acting CEO of the SHRA made around adoption, by developers, there's a lot of work that needs to happen there. But I think it principally talks to adoption and acceptability by the end user market at the end of the day. And I think there's a lot of heavy lifting that needs to happen with respect to that. The department, yes, they've finalized norms and standards now when it comes to ABT stock. And really the context that I want to sort of outline for the NHFC is there's a lot that needs to happen prior to us, starting the journey of actively funding, ABT developers. And what it entails really is the department, finalizing the norms and standards are now up. They want to start the process of piloting, these ABTs, so as to, I suppose, ascertain which ones are fit for purpose, because not all ABTs are made equal. Some do, provide the benefit of delivering quickly, a lot more quickly than bricks and mortar, and at a saving. So they quick and cheap compared to bricks and mortar, but some are quite expensive. So, they still want to sift out what is going to be fit and proper, particularly for the rollout of BNG housing, BNG and RDP housing, where the department has been good at adopting ABTs, has been in TRUs, what do you call it? Temporary residential units. So to respond to disasters, they've typically utilized them to respond very quickly to disasters, and therein lies the problem, because now the end user market thinks that ABTs are only good for temporary residential units and not for mainstream, housing. So I think that it's going to be critically important for, whilst we are doing the consumer education, to make it known that, ABTs are actually fit for any kind of building, not just low-cost housing or affordable housing. It is being implemented also by the affluent market. And that is kind of, I think, the approach that we need to take in order to accelerate acceptability. But I think that once, once they have tested and have established a panel of those that have been proven, because I think the piloting phase is gonna take a while still, probably a 5-year period, I would say, because yes, we do have the Eric Molobi Innovation Hub in Soshanguve that has ABT units that have been standing for many years, in excess of 30 years in certain instances. But the viewpoint of the department is that, well, those have not been lived in. Yes, they might have been tested, but they standing with nobody living in them, in order for the department to be able to receive the feedback and collect the data to say, yes, they are durable. When it's hot, this is how they respond. When it's really cold, this is how they respond. And now, they are wanting to embark on that journey of actually testing in situ with people living in those units, different technologies that are going to be applied in the pilot phase, so that we are able then to ascertain which ones are actually fit for purpose. Once that has happened, they will then enlist them, have a panel, and then the NHFC will have, call it accredited, ABTs that we can then actively fund the development of. But what is also going to be crucially important in the equation is the funders of the end users, in other words, the banks. So once you've put up these units, they are, for argument's sake, affordable housing. Yes, the first home finance grant, to the extent that a beneficiary does qualify, it will come in, once obviously the department has endorsed the specific ones, but then there'll be the gap that has to be mortgaged. So the banks then also need to endorse these various ABTs. So I think we in our quest to try and ensure that ultimately, once the system is ready, all the funders need to be taken on the journey, so that the banks, once now we have these approved technologies, they don't turn around and say, well, we can't actually support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll contribute.
We'd love to hear from you too.
Thank you. What's the time? I think it was safe to say
You've
good
got
day.
2 minutes.
Good day, colleagues. I'm Dr. Spumezemze. I'm the acting COO of NHBRC. NHBRC, I think we know NHBRC is the regulatory body in the sector, in the built environment. Basically, I think your question, I have to tackle it squarely. Your question in terms of where we are, what is our experience, basically, yes. Since we have realized the significance of the innovative building technologies as the organization or NHBRC, then what we did at the beginning was the development of a very much focused and clear strategy to make sure that it is dedicated in terms of innovative technologies. So that also in terms of that strategy, what was cardinal about it was that the strategy was making sure that we focus is the issue of quality enhancement. That, okay, which types of technologies we can utilize that are innovative in their own nature in dealing with backlogs in terms of the quality, in terms of the accessibility, kind of like durability of that. So can they stand the test of time, you see? So that is one of the key things. We looked also in terms of maintaining those innovative building technologies in various areas so that at least they are able to be owned by the people, and the people must be educated in terms of using those technologies, and also those people must be able to maintain them and look after those technologies. And the strategy is very, very important in the sense that it also talks about the issue of making sure that there is customer satisfaction. I think the colleague here was talking about the acceptability of those technologies by the people. So what is their experience, and the NHBRC is looking at the experience where they are being kind of like implemented in various areas of the country. So how is the experience of the people, and how can we enhance as the organization to make sure that at least people are having a positive experience in terms of those technologies. The other thing that came to the fore also was the issue of cost of those technologies. So are they cost efficient? Are they helping us also to make sure that they are kind of like affordable to the people without compromising quality? So that is the dynamic that we are exploring as the organization, which needs also much more detail, so that at least we don't compromise quality because we want to have maybe low costs. Then the other part that we looked at in terms of innovative building technology were the collaborations with various stakeholders. So we just got the academia to come in, the universities to come to the fore. We've got some kind of like engagements with the University of Cape Town in terms of innovative technologies to explore these technologies that must be utilized, the technologies that are going to be quality assured and also stand the forces of the climate change. So, and also UJ is one of the universities as well that we are bringing in, and other various stakeholders that we are participating with that are very, very important in the built environment. Then we are also working also with the provinces in that sphere. As the NHBRC, Eastern Cape, we've got the project called Indaba, Sustainable Village as well. We are engaging in that using the innovative building technologies. It's not only the structure, so to say, it's also the types of the pipes that we need in terms of basic services that must be there. They must be of quality, of high quality, and they must talk to that element of sustainable human settlements as well. That it must not be like a structure, it's just a house. What about the basic services, and which technologies we can use for the basic services? So we're looking at those kind of things and exploring. And of course, those pipes also, there must be those pipes that are ensuring that issues such as like bulk infrastructure is being attended to, your water, your sanitation and all that, including the facilities as well, like your parks as well, which technology we can use there in terms of the parks and all those kind of things. They must be approved, those technologies, so that at least they are improving the well-being of the people, because it's all about the wellness of the people when it comes to human settlements. We look at these technologies in a holistic way, the service, the structure itself, the infrastructure that those technologies can embrace and support in the initiative of improving sustainable human settlements. Provinces are very important in that, and the municipalities as well, so that even the town planning schemes are talking and embracing those types of technologies, and the zoning aspects are also talking to those technologies as well, aligning the innovative building technologies with areas that are being zoned, for instance, use residential and so on and so forth, the agricultural and the kind of public spaces, which technologies we can use, and accessibility as well. How do we make sure sure that those technologies are being accessible and so on and so forth. So we're working with the municipalities. And since NHBRC wants to be a kind of like a pioneer in IBTs, we've got a kind of like a research center. You see, we've got these research centers as well, where we are just like exploring further again and testing the technologies and having that practical experience. I think you talked about Eric Molobi as well, that we do have those technologies that are being there. They are closely monitored, those technologies, and followed up in terms of them standing the forces of climate change. We look at when the temperatures are very high. We look at them when in terms of the rainy seasons. Are they able to stand? We keep on maintaining them. We keep on just checking them and also identifying the gaps. After the identification of the gaps, also the technical people and the inspectors, including the engineers, are also making sure that we close those gaps so that at least we've got very strong, you see, technologies that can be utilized in addressing the backlogs in a much more sustainable way and also in a cost-effective way, in a way that can also be maintained. And we embarked on an accreditation when it comes to Eric Molobi. We just got recently accreditation from SANAS. So we had some 10 elements that had to be looked at. 2 were outstanding, but recently we got those on there. The inspectors from SANAS, they went there to check the facilities, to check the quality, how we are running it, and so on and so forth. Then we got that, but it's for material testing. Okay. Because we also have that one in the laboratory for the top structures. We're still trying to secure for that one, accreditation. So that accreditation becomes important so that all the technical requirements, the regulations and the guidelines are adhered to, so that we don't have that George building collapse, as the minister was talking about, if you have heard that. So those are the kind of things that we are doing. And also we have embarked on joint inspections, whereby we are involving provinces, municipalities, the engineers from provinces, the engineers from the municipalities and NHBRC to technically assess the innovative building technologies in order to make sure that at least we've got cross-pollination of ideas and the strengthening of ideas. In case whereby you find that our inspectors are not necessarily attending to certain things that are paramount, then some of the inspectors, they come, you see, and bring more ideas and make sure that we've got capacity, then the capacities are enhanced going forward. Finally, there is a rigorous training as a result of this our Caning road call, which is George Collapse Building. So there's rigorous training with provinces and municipalities where our inspectors and the engineers are going there. And that training program is part of the professionalization of the sector. I think the gentleman there was talking about why we are having people who are not engineers doing that work. I think it happens in various built environment professions where people are just hijacking this. Yes. So now what is happening, that training is looking at the technical people. We've got a certain kind of like a modules, a curriculum for our own inspectors across the country. And we also register some of them in interacting with the University of Johannesburg because they've got an inspection program to make sure that at least these inspectors, the gaps that are identified, then they are closed so that they've got the capacity so that we don't end up having a problem of building collapsing and killing people. Those are the kind of things that we're looking at. I think there was a recent retention wall that was falling at Phoenix recently in KZN. We've got inspectors who keep on going there and checking what is the problem and what can we learn from all that, you see. So those are the kind of things that the organization is doing, and also moving towards the system and the fourth industrial revolution so that at least our own systems are kind of like automated, that the technicality is not compromised. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
We have very little time left, but I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. There is a barcode that has been availed for sharing of questions, so whatever you cannot come up with now, we'd be very happy to receive it and share it with our panelists, and the responses will be shared at a later stage. Any questions for our panelists today? Good morning. Please stand. I think we need a mic, a roving mic, please.
We are clear. We are clear.
Good morning. I'm Ruth from the BBCBE Youth Council, and I just wanted to know what investments will be made for the youth to learn about ABT housing to ensure that we are able to also participate in the growth and the development and yeah.
Any other question? One more question. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Simba from South African Federation of Civil Engineers. I heard you talk about houses that were done in KZN using ABT. I think it would be good for the public to see pictures when they were done, pictures 5 years later. I think that's how we come to appreciate. You can do a lot of talking, but if we don't see the pictures, we don't get to appreciate that. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I'll limit it just to the 2 questions. We are over time. Please share whatever other questions and comments you have here on our barcode. I'd like to give our panelists an opportunity to respond.
Thanks a lot. I think I will respond to that one of youth. Thanks for that question. I think it's paramount to that question. Firstly, you will note that the consideration of youth is the government program. So we are, as NHRC, we are an entity of the National Department of Human Settlements. Then the National Department has prioritized youth in terms of the built environment, in terms of opportunities that should be there. As NHRC as well, those training programs, we've got targets for youth. So we train the youth, especially the university graduates. We give them that experience, the internship, in terms of engineering, in terms of inspections, and so on and so forth, so that they get that experience in terms of the internship programs. And secondly, we also absorb youth, basically, because we need that youth, because the capacity of inspection at this point in time, we don't have too much. Our visibility as an organization is very, very minimal. Hence, we've got problems like George. So we need people with those skills. But unfortunately, the challenge is that you have kind of like a shortage of skills in terms of engineering. So we need those people to train them in terms of inspection program. We need your quantity surveyors, we need engineers, and so on and so forth, those skills, or building inspectors, construction managers, or construction managers, yes, or project managers in the built environment, so that they get involved into that space, so that we enhance our visibility. So we do have that program. I thought I should give you in a much more holistic way, and the type of skills that are urgently needed. I think the important part is to keep on looking at the website, at times also visiting the entity itself, so that you can be in a position of getting more information and the opportunities that are being provided. Thank you.
Thank you.
From the Shore side, I would like to throw it back at yourselves as the youth to attract the youth-owned entities, the companies, whether as professionals or as future landlords, to design projects using ABT. We need to stop talking it, we need to do it. Simple as that, because if we don't do it and use the grant funding that we do have, no one is going to do it. So let me throw it back at you and say, our doors are open for you to knock, come in and present what you have using ABT. It's been said that it's expensive.
Depends.
We need to know. We've been told that we don't know the long-term maintenance regime. We need to try it. The gentleman that asked about, and it's a fair comment, that we need to show pictures of the same project five years later, even go further, perhaps publish the maintenance requirements versus the brick and mortar developments. Here is what we are all faced with as I finish. We have environmental challenges as a country. It is our responsibility to use different systems to save this only earth that we have. And construction in its make and form creates a lot of natural disturbances. Intended or unintended, that's a reality. So ABT is the way to go. Our doors are open. While the NHFC and the financiers, especially the banks, are still thinking about it,
let's use the grant funding to at least pilot something.
Thank you very much. Master of Ceremonies, will you indulge me with one more question? There was a lady who had her hand up, and I think it was proper that the women have a word. Can we have a roving mic? One more question, and then we'll close. Perhaps if you can share your question, I'll speak it out for everyone to hear. I think because of time, just share your question.
My name is Chidi Domwani. I'm from South. My question basically is for initial Pepsi. We welcome your inputs and the categories that we have just outlined that you are financing. And we do appreciate your initiative efforts as a week, especially around the incubator program. But as our president indicated that most of our members, 60% of them are 1 GB, most of them. And your minimum requirements, one of them, they require an audited financial statements. And we know that companies that are at 1 GB, they don't have the audited financial statements, and we want to participate in that incubator program. So then what is the alternative around that requirements for us to comply and be able to be part of that incubator program? Thank you.
Can I?
Thank you, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Sawik, for that question. It's a very important one, and I guess what we need to do as the NHFC is to probably go on a roadshow just to educate the nation around how the incubator is actually going to work. So the NHFC launched our incubator program. It's an incubation as well as a post-investment support program. So we are going to be providing technical support to emerging developers. So it's specifically, targeted at supporting emerging developers because as a financier, whenever we've received applications from emerging developers, what we've found is that there's a lot of hand-holding that we typically have to do prior to actually considering that applicant for funding, and hence this intervention. And what we said at the launch was that there would be two broad categories of emerging developer that we are looking to impact. Startups, where we have no requirement for financials because you are starting out, as well as going concerns. So for the startup category, obviously there's a completely different list of requirements compared to people that have already been operating. So I think it's important that I clarify that.
Thank you. I'm really happy that it's a woman who's holding the purses on the panelists today, so you know exactly where to start. I have to close the discussion, but I would love for anyone to please share questions to our panelists. Those that are available for further discussion, please do engage them. This is a really fascinating topic. We could have spent the whole day, but this is not the Indaba for alternative building technology. So we'll close here. Program Director, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Samu. Thank you very much, panelists. Yes, you can be released. We really appreciate your insight. And thank you for the valuable information that you have shared with us. Colleagues, we're going to break for tea, but before we do that, I'm going to then invite Deputy Minister to come and address us. Deputy Minister, if you can come to the stage, so that once we break, we then can break for tea and then come back for the next round of our engagement. We're trying to keep the program tight this morning. Minister, I wanted to tease you because I know that normally people come and introduce you in a fancy way. If we can have a seat, Deputy Minister, I wanted to ask to introduce you in the way public knows you. And let's see, you'll come and diffuse some of this. Okay, just quick 2 lines, Minister, Deputy Minister. And Wikipedia says, Mbangiseni David Mahlobo, a South African politician who has served as a Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation since August 2021. has been responsible for water and sanitation portfolio since May 2019. And he was initially the Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation, a member of the National Assembly, and formerly a Minister of State and Security, and a friend of the Program Director. So I don't know, it's here, guys. So I want you to come and confirm me. Deputy Minister, please come on stage. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
At least for the first time, they are correct. No, thank you very much to my brother, our program director, Comrade Thabo, and the president, Comrade Denny, and your entire executive, all the organizations that are supporting you, especially SAWIC. I'm very happy to see them here. And I know there are many organizations, including the departments, that have came through. And I'm also pleased to see my brother and leader, the CE for the Development Bank of Southern Africa. They are also here. And it's always a pleasure to see you. And on behalf of our Minister, Comrade Pemi Majodina, Babes Wamans, we want to say, we are pleased to be with you this morning. And she will have joined. You know, we have been having very good rains. And very recently, there are many issues. Our dams are full. We just have to manage them in terms of standard operating procedures so that we don't have problems. And greetings to my fellow colleagues who have just been given a leave of absence. My sister, Comrade Tembi Simelane, our Minister for Human Settlements. I normally call her is Minister of Housing, Security and Comfort, as we are celebrating 70 years. And then our MEC, Comrade Tasmin, and the others that are here. I was lucky, Comrade President, that you took us around. I saw a number of people who are doing exhibitions. Very, very good work. And you could see that the country has a lot of potential and capabilities that we must harness. One of the tragedies for South Africans is to believe that there are people who are going to solve our problems, when some solutions are just closer to us. But when I'm here, Comrade Thabo, I always believe that I'm actually amongst friends. When I'm amongst friends, there's always a plea I want to make. And I will use President Nelson Mandela when he said, I like friends who have independent minds because they tend to make you to see problems from all angles. I close quote. One of the issues that when you interact with us as government, I don't want you to be polite with us. You need to be able to say, what are these bottlenecks and these barriers that make your participation more difficult? Those of us who work in government, we cannot claim any monopoly of wisdom. We must harness the potential of all South Africans because they too have an opportunity to be part of the construction and development of our country. When you engage amongst yourselves here, we cannot always come with fixated positions. In other words, we are more rigid. Help us to see the world through different angles. Just give us your independent minds. By so doing, you'll be enriching us. When it comes to water issues, I will not speak big politics. As a country, we have done well over 8 years. We've done very well, but there are worrying signs. There are worrying signs, certain things are falling apart. In the main, local government in our country They've been at the forefront of delivering basic services, including water and sanitation, which is a right enjoined in our Constitution, is not a favor. It's a right in the Constitution that all South Africans must have access to water, including the economic benefits of that particular access, including to decent sanitation. It's a human rights matter. In other words, it has a component of social issues. It changes the lives of many people that are normally vulnerable. Because issues of water had an issue of a gender lens. It has patriarchy, where women, traditionally, they were being forced to be the ones that are fetching water. The children, instead of playing and having an opportunity to participate in education, they were sent to go to fetch water. Their security was threatened. And then our government, in the last 8 years, we brought water to many that were denied. We actually expanded the access to water, opportunities beyond the issues of access for drinking, to stimulate our economy. That's a good story we want to tell. But things have moved in a negative direction. In as much as the country have access to water infrastructure of more than 90%, but the availability of water on daily basis, which we call it reliability, it has declined on average to approximately national average about 67–68%. In other words, there are many people who go for days, for weeks, for months. They do have a tap, the water is not running. At the very same time, there are certain municipalities in our land who don't appreciate the asset management doctrine and philosophy, just as a philosophy. Their assets have collapsed. Some of them, they're in the worst conditions. That makes them to lose more water. We call it non-revenue water. In all material aspect, is ranging at around 48%, national average. Some municipalities, their non-revenue water is high as 72% in a municipality called Mfuleni. A city like eThekwini, their non-revenue water around 60%. It has came down to around 55% because of intervention. Gauteng in the main, on average, they are close to 50%. We give them about 5.2 billion liters every day that are treated in our systems, and more than 2.5 billion goes to the ground. What is the mischief? The mischief is that the asset is not looked well. When the asset is not looked well, they lose water. When they lose water, the citizen is the most affected. Both business and other sectors in our economy, and just for livelihoods, it has an impact. What is our story? What should we do together? One of the things that we need to address, South Africans, they ask a question: are we going to have enough water by 2030 and beyond? The answer is the following. South Africa will not run out of water by 2030. The country's water balance, both in terms of quantity and quality, the country still has a positive balance. But however, we must admit, there are areas of deficit, there are areas of shortfall. In other areas, the shortfall, the population has grown, like in Gauteng. In other areas, there are issues of climate change imperatives, long droughts, like you experience in Nelson Mandela Bay and other parts of our country. And climate change is no longer a myth. It's a phenomenon that we must live with for the next centuries to come. In other words, we must build resilient communities and how we do our things just to cater for issues of climate change. In South Africa, it is estimated that our surface runoff is around 17 billion That's the deficit, I mean. That's the demand, I mean. The demand is 17 billion cubic meters per annum. That's what we have. But the actual yield of the system is currently at 15 billion cubic meters per annum. And it varies from water management area to another water management area, especially where there are high temperatures, high population, and inefficiencies. And South Africa, you know, when it comes to rainfall, we are part of the 30 driest countries in the world. Rather than to be closer to 860 millimeters per annum, which is the runoff, ours is hovering around 500. Those are the numbers estimated. But as a country, guess what? We have too much runoff, like there's been too many rains over the last 3 months. When we have so many rains happening, the runoff is estimated to be more than 479,000 millimeters. That is happening, that we need to be catching, and the country is only catching 129. What does it mean? It means that the country must actually build more dams, so that when it rains, we are able to catch the water because we are a water scarce country. We are answering the question where water will come from. We must be able to catch more rain. The other thing that this country has a lot of sea, the ocean, in terms of the square kilometers, is estimated to be more than 3,000 square kilometers. In other words, we must use seawater. It's a potential that is there. Technologies are so advanced that we can be able to deal with that problem. Therefore, desalination is an option. It's not that desalination is not happening in South Africa, it is there. You have one in Richards Bay under the city of Mhlatuze. The plant is not working as we speak. We have another one in the Western Cape, in Cape Town. We have another one in the Eastern Cape. When you meet as innovators, as leaders in your different fields, the additional water must come from the sea. There must be more investment. What were the risks? The technology is expensive. The other risk, it needs more energy. It's energy intensive. But then there's an issue of the brine, which is environmental. How are you going to dispose the brine? But going forward, we can't be building dams for cities that are closer to the sea. Even countries that are in a difficult space, in the Gulf and in the Middle East, they are doing so well just to get the additional water from the ocean. We can do it. The other option, where should we get water as a country? We are going to have to explore more groundwater. There's a lot of groundwater, especially in rural communities and rural provinces. Groundwater is the best option that is there. It's not highly developed, and when we look at the usages, groundwater is about only 14% that we are actually using. Those are the numbers we can be able to use more. But what are the challenges? The challenges of groundwater in South Africa, the geological formation. In other words, you don't have sufficient high yield in terms of the aquifers. What is underground that is there is one of that. But if you go to province like Bukoni Bupirima, in the main, they are dependent on groundwater. We also do have groundwater, but groundwater is polluted in South Africa. In the main, pollution is coming from that South Africa's economy was made on the basis of mining of more than many, many years that it has happened. Therefore, cleaning groundwater from the mines is one of the biggest options. We call it issues of water reclamation. I know as a person from Mpumalanga, there's a dam called Witbank Dam. The mines that are surrounding there, whether it's at Kriel, Matla, all those mines together combined, underground, they have a water that is more than 10 times the volume of Witbank Dam. That water is there, but is polluted. But working with the mining sector, including yourselves in the industry, We can treat the water. Already reclamation plants are there, and we must manage the price of water. Where will the other drop of water come from? The other drop of water will be coming through issues, we call it reuse. In other words, recycling of effluent. South Africa, we produce more water and we release the water that is partially treated or not treated. It has an impact on the quality of water. Gauteng alone produces more than 500 million liters a day of partially or untreated water into the RTPS system. That's why when you look at Artis, it's the most important infrastructure that is there, more than 100 years. But guess what? It's polluted. When it is polluted, it has an impact on the ecosystem, the biodiversity that you can find in water, opportunities around tourism that you can be able, if you have built your house there, the values will come down, the tourists are not going to come up. A Smolanyana municipality called, I hope I'm not on record when I use the word Smolanyana town. Okay, let me use the word vulnerable municipality. I'm diplomatically correct. There is a vulnerable municipality downstream called Matibeng. Go Matibeng, it means water. It's a place of water. Guess what? The water comes out, it's dirty. And that municipality, if for it to treat the water, it will be so expensive. What the municipality will do, technology is there. You can clean the water. And you need to come and clean the water. But it's going to come at a cost. And it's not going to be affordable. And Gauteng must stop pollution. And I'm always scared to say people must stop pollution because they say, yeah, but pollution starts in Mpumalanga. There's a place called Msugalikwa where Likwa starts. It comes to Gauteng, it goes to Paris, go Ngwate. It goes to Northern Cape. Northern Cape, then they pollute Namibia, and then we pollute the sea, and it must stop. But this is a new economy. The reports, they are saying that if we can do reuse, recycling, we can get more water. You as a collective here, Comrade President, there is something when we look at department produce, what we call it drop reports. There are drop reports, there are 3 of them. There is a blue drop around the quality of water, whether is it fit for use, just checking issues of your microbial and chemical component. Then there's a green, which is effluent, whether you discharge is okay or not. Then there's a non-revenue water, is about asset management. The wastewater systems in South Africa, we know that the municipalities that are struggling in South Africa, there are 105 that they failed the test out of 144 Water Services Authority. And in the main, their wastewater treatment works are polluting our rivers. And some of them, those of us who have big nose, I can smell the sewer very far. But even if you have a smaller one, if there is a sewer around, even if you are driving a German machine, whether we have a nice bed, you can fight with your partner because of the ability of the odor to penetrate into your private space because of pollution. Therefore, this question of reuse is a new economy. I'm of a strong view that wastewater treatment works must never be called wastewater treatment works. They must be called wealth water treatment works. Why should we refer them as wealth? That water can be treated to a particular standard. It can be used by different sectors. An example, a company called Ivan Plants, the biggest chrome producer in Africa, here in Limpopo, in Mkhalakwen, we allowed them to take the effluent so that they can use for their operations. Anglo Plus, they are also doing the same, getting that water from an effluent to use it. Can you see? They are paying it. They build new infrastructure for a municipality, but at the very same time, they are getting an income. In KwaZulu-Natal, what we did with Umgeni Utugel, we took a wastewater treatment plant. When you go there, you can have a dinner, you can have a picnic in a wastewater treatment plant. It doesn't smell. Because those who manage the plant, they are creating a new economy. That water gets cleaned, it can be reused for drinking. And that water can also be allowed to go through the ecosystem in terms of the river downwards, so that a poor municipality downstream doesn't have to pay more. What do they do with the sludge? They are producing electricity. So that the relationship between water and electricity, you call it a nexus, is not a problem. That plant is going to be producing 1 megawatt of electricity. Imagine then the sludge can also be used to produce fertilizers. While there are challenges between Ukraine and Russia, why should we be buying fertilizers from outside the country? We can do that. That's why if I say it's a wealth water treatment works, it's correct. In other words, we can be able to do more reuse. And reuse, it doesn't mean that the water is not of good quality. And as a country, we are spending more resources to say, how do we going to ensure that the country doesn't run out of water? More dams are being built. More dams are being upgraded. You can count Lesotho Highlands. Yesterday we had a meeting with the Minister of Lesotho, the Kingdom of Lesotho. It's on track. It's going to deliver water for Gauteng in the year 28, 29, 28. They will have more water. In the meantime, there's more water in the system. In the Western Cape, working with DBSA and other agencies, the Clan Williams Dam is being raised. When it is being raised, it gives you a new opportunity so that you can be in a position to have more absorptive capacity, probably 2 or 3 times more. You go to Limpopo, there's a Zanini Dam, with the infrastructure SA, who are raising the dam wall. In KwaZulu-Natal, we are busy with Umkomazi project, the upper and the lower Umkomazi, and billions of rands. They need investment and opportunities for construction. We are addressing the question that KwaZulu-Natal is a growth point for tourism, but the growth in population, they must never run out of water. The very same thing happening in Mpumalanga and Limpopo, Rusty Venter, Yoloskop, Umzimvubu, you name all of them. All our major infrastructure projects, and the biggest amount, even in the budget that has been approved by Parliament, it goes to infrastructure, and water is the biggest beneficiary. Therefore, those are the opportunities, Comrade President, that I wanted to indicate to you. Well, on water, to say where will additional water come from, there's something new. You said I must talk about technology. In the Middle East, there is something that they call it cloud seeding. In other words, artificially you make the rain to rain. In other words, you take a jet, you go up there, you spray the salt, then it gets into water molecules, they become heavy, you can have flash floods. And they've never run out of water. Those are their 2 sources of water. It's either the sea or they do a cloud seeding. In our case, there's something called atmospheric water harvesting. In the air, we have trillions of water that is there and is fresh. In a community where there is no water drop, there is no river, there is no groundwater, where will they get the water? And the water is in the air. Remember, the air has water and other molecules that are there. And the water molecule is hydrogen and oxygen. They are always bound together. You can't break them. When you put more heat on them, they become lighter, they fly. In other words, they float. And then when you reduce the temperature, they become heavy, they condense, and they become drops. We launched a project in KwaZulu-Natal in an area called Paul Petersburg, at Dumbe, for a school without a drop of water, with indecent sanitation. I went because of a solution here at home. With the then Umhlatuze water, it gave us per day about 5,000 liters of water from the air. You allow the cold air, the air that floats into a surface, that is cold and then it condenses, it gives you use the solar. Those are the questions if someone asks you, where will the next drop of water come from? And from a planning point of view, there is no crisis. There were delays on major infrastructure projects, but we've addressed it. On the water services part, there is a problem in South Africa. I've told you what is the mischief. The mischief is that those that constitutionally, they were supposed to do the job, they've reached a stage that a number of them, they are in the ICU. You know, when you are in an ICU, we have reached a stage of a serious intervention, not by one person, but a team of experts. The reason why I'm using the analog of an ICU, I want to call you into action, that you have a role to play. And I'm going to define you what is the platform for you to come and play the role. The report by Auditor General of South Africa, by experts, by National Treasurer, by ourselves and COCT, indicates that if we don't intervene in municipalities, South Africans' right of access to water will continue to be violated. The right of dignity of having decent sanitation will be violated. If I say to you there are South Africans who don't know a drop of water over the last 81 years, it's true. There are those where there is not even a tap. There is no pipe, especially in rural provinces. Those that you have water every day, today, they pray that they will wake up, there will still be water for them to bath, to go and do other activities. What is our way to intervene? We met in the water Indaba as a country, led by President, Minister Majodina, and then closed by Deputy President Mashadile. There are 5 things that you can say as a leadership of the Black Business Council in the built environment. Where can you play your part? Just to get local government to work, get South Africa to have water security, get South Africans to have water reliability. One of the areas is that the delivery model or the implementation model in local government must change. While they are having their own problems, we are not going to wait for them. We want local government to, now we've agreed. When we come to a delivery model, we want local government to know that we are going to have to bring either other municipalities that have capacity, our water boards, or any other entity, including a private company, must be allowed to come in. When you come in other ways, you are going to come in either through an appointment in terms of the Water Services Act, Section 78, as a water services provider. And when you come either as a special purpose vehicle, whether through concession, through build, own, operate, and train and transfer, or through build, own, and operate, we want you to be ready to come in. While they are building their own capacity, government has agreed to opening up the water space. But we are not privatizing water space. We are doing a qualification to say what will happen, the ownership of the asset will not be lost. How will you come in? The municipalities will do certain processes assisted by us, COCTA, National Treasury, DBSA, and the other facilities that are there. We are going to enter into an agreement or a contract to fix their infrastructure. Whether we are fixing the pipes that are leaking, whether we are doing an infrastructure upgrade, but we want you to be involved in the entire value chain. In other words, we want you to be involved until at the revenue enhancement point, so that you can come in, you get your money back. And that arrangement must be an arrangement that you can be able to get your return on investment. What does it mean? It means you will also have to take some of the employees in the municipality, you bring your own, and in the main, we want you to be involved especially in metros and also in strategic towns. Because in those particular areas, the risk is low. However, the state will look at other mechanisms to support rural municipalities. We are changing the delivery model. Our detractors and other opponents, they think we're actually pushing a policy of new liberalism. We're privatizing. This thing is not new. I stay in Nelspruit, Mbombela. There was Bywater. Bywater is called Slulumanzi. Those who are in the service area of Slulumanzi, they are getting best quality. As a youngster, I was trained doing my internship at Tegwini through a company called Vivendi, a French company, wastewater system. Now it's called Aviola. It's a concession. There is a concession around Palito and others called Caesar Water. There are many others. You can be able to do them. Working either with water boards and others, you can be able to do that. I thought it must address the question to say, how do you get involved? But we also have made a decision to manage the risk. We want municipalities to manage water and electricity as trading entities, as a form of utility. If they are in a form of a utility, what does it mean? The function is ring-fenced. The assets and liabilities, you can know them. The governance issue can be addressed, and how to do acquisition of capability. But more importantly, as a spending center, we give them grants. Minister Simelane, she was here. Human Settlement give them something called informal upgrade support grant. She gives them something called Urban Settlement Development Grant. She gives them something called Human Settlement Development Grant. It differs whether you are in a metro or what. Out of all those monies from Human Settlement, 33%, 1/3, it belongs to water and sanitation. That money will be ring-fenced. In other words, we are not going to come in at a risk when there is no base to say there's money. On our side, we give them RPIC, which is Regional Park Infrastructure Grant. We give them Water Services Improvement Grant. COGTA gives them the Municipal Infrastructure Grant. Out of COGTA Municipal Infrastructure Grant, there is amount which is called 50% is ring-fence for water and sanitation. Then there's equitable share for the indigent. Free basic water, about close to 800 rands per household, and free basic sanitation, closer to 580 rands per household. This is where you can be able to say, if I structure this thing, what does it mean? I can't lose the money. Then there's money from the sales. And the sales is a risk because you must fix the asset. When the asset is functional, then you can be able to put a correct meter, replacing faulty meters, and then you give a correct bill. When you take the correct bill, then you can be in a position to get your money. But in municipality, you have an additional job. There has to be data cleansing. Sometimes they don't know who's using what in terms of zoning. Some they can say they are using it for domestic while it is industrial. You have to do that. And I hope you have the technology to do that because I've seen the issues outside. Some of these municipalities, they don't even know where the pipes are. And for a water to come out to leak, it takes time, months or years, because it's underground. There's a technology for earth sensing. Then you can give them for the first time to have maps, knowing where the asset is. Then you can do the issues of infrastructure, refurbishment, upgrade, and renewal. But I thought I should speak about the implementation model. You have a space we are opening up. But don't work alone. Partnerships, partnerships. The second point we agreed was to increase investment through financing options and ensure the viability of the sector. One of our biggest problems in our country is a culture of non-payment. We pay other things, and the other things we choose not to pay. And in the main, people, they choose to pay for DSTV, they pay for their cell phone data, they pay every boat, including those who are having prepaid meters of electricity, but they choose not to pay for water. And the water debt has escalated to more than 24 billion, just for us only, as a department. One of the things we decided is that people must pay, but there's a problem about payment systems that are not credible. One way or the other, all of us are complainants of non-functional billing systems, where estimations are being made. And that issue, when you come into web there, you have to address that point, because it's about financial viability. The other issue that we said, we are going to bring many, many other forms of funding. For an example, we have made a decision that there are 3 or 4 forms of funding. Funding, there's something we call it traditional financing. Traditional financing comes from grants, it comes from water sales. I've spoken about it, it must be ring-fenced. The second point of funding is something we call it blended finance. And in the blended finance is a combination of public and private. And in our case, we are helped by Infrastructure SA, National Treasury, working with DBSA, there is a facility. We then make guarantees that because this entity was supposed to get so much from the state and the social component, we can then go and request the money in the markets. And there are many of them. Whether you look at the projects we do in Pologwane called Olifants, Ebenezer, there are too many of them. There is a lot of opportunities and procurement, others are happening, others are on board. But keep an eye on that, even the approval processes. Then there's a third one. We call it private sector investment, where there's an element of having the issues that you know from a private sector point of view, you can do some of those particular issues. And therefore, we create conditions, we bring private sector, and we want to have professional water service providers that can be given a license to do all these other issues. But we are also very worried about issues of regulator of prices. That's why we are establishing an independent water economic regulator, like NERSA. By May, the 1st of May, the price of water is going up. Municipalities are going to put theirs. I don't want to tell you the price now. Electricity, you know, ESCOM has given theirs. Municipalities are going to put their cap. It will hit us on the cost of living. And how should we cushion it? The third element is about operation and maintenance. There is a lot of work we have agreed with municipalities just to get their assets into functionality. I'm not going to speak to that one, Comrade Tabo. Then there's an issue of partnership. I've made a call to the President, Comrade Denny here. We have in water something called South African Water Partnership. We sit with a lot of big business, but sometimes we leave our own. Sawik, you need to be there in the South African Water Partnership. We don't want to be meeting you here only. We must meet more and more. When we meet, don't be polite with us. Share with us what are the constraints that makes it difficult, your participation. And what are these legislative reforms that must be taken? We have an operation Vulindlela. Then there is an issue of building resilient communities, using technologies and other matters on how water issues should be resolved. Then the last one is to deal with crime and corruption in the water sector. There are people who claim to be business people. They claim to be business people. They are just criminals. They are wearing a sheep's skin, while in the main they are wolves. They are demanding 30% without doing their job. They stop our projects. But there are also employees who are criminals doing collusion. Every time you submit a tender document, they don't even know you. When it goes through the bid specification committee, they will phone you to put some money. When it goes to the bid adjudication committee, you must pay. When it goes to the accounting officer, your letter gets signed. They will say, Yeah, your letter is sitting on the table of an accounting office. For you to be signed, they are not even influencing it, the accounting office, which is wrong. Then they will actually hear that it has been signed. Even before it gets dispatched to you, must pay. The very same thing about the people who are asking for 10%. These ones, we call them invoice facilitators. Criminality. There are those who are actually doing tankering. Tankering, we've decided that it can't be a permanent fixture. It's a temporary fixture. And please don't buy new tankers. Our attitude, we want them out. Because their intention of being a temporary measure has become a sore point that it has been exploited by criminals. They work with our officials in government, they vandalize infrastructure, the valves, the networks, and nobody knows where these valves are, except the people who are working inside. Then the next thing, for the truck to run, then the water must not come out of the pipe. Then the citizen is unhappy, the municipality can't get revenue because it can't build. We want all water tankers to be inside, to be insourced. They can't be a permanent fixture. The very same thing about honeysucking. What should we do when criminals and mafias have taken over? You do something called prevention. We have to use technology to safeguard. Most of the money in water now, instead of doing infrastructure to build infrastructure, it goes to issues of security. We are not a security sector. We will work with the security sector, deal with the issues, and people are being killed. They have lost lives just to get this thing on the street. And then that issue of criminality, I thought, is an important matter. As I close, Comrade Thabo, I want to say to you, borrowing from President Obama, when he says, change will not come if we wait for some other person, or if we wait for some other time, we are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change we seek. The Black Business Council in the built environment, don't wait for government. Don't wait for Mahlobo, wait for Majodina and everybody. That your condition in contributing to the country's advancement and development, we are waiting for someone to come and help you. The president has opened up the country, the economy and participation on all those social compacts. In reality, the person that you are waiting for and the time you are waiting for, we are waiting for yourselves. In other words, it is in your hands. You too, we are an important cog. That's why we came here to be saying, let's work. The country needs us more than before. Because in your hands as a collective from various sectors, we are holding the inheritance, which is this country, in your hands, not for you. We inherited it from our forebears, and it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the next generation and the next generation. It's like when a professor was tested by a child, and the child said to a professor, I have a bird in my hand, and this bird in my hand, because you are well read, can you tell me is alive or dead? Is this bird alive or dead? And there are many chance takers in business, in academia, in government, in every walks of life. There are many chance takers. But a professor who was well read, knowing his business or her business, smiled at the young person and said to the young person, the life of that bird is in your hand. If it is another chance taker, the child will have put the bird behind her back or his back, the professor will have guessed that the bird is dead. The child will have pulled the bird behind her back or his back and say, Professor, you are stupid. The bird is alive. If the professor will have said the bird is alive, the child will have squeezed the oxygen out of that particular bed and then show the professor and say, Prof, this bed is dead. You, as this collective, under the leadership of Comrade Denny and all the partners in the Black Business Council, you have no option. You dare not fail. Please keep this bed alive. The South African dream is in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, DM. Thank you for those remarks. Thank you for those undertakings. That's what these delegates and stakeholders are here looking for, to have that interaction and ongoing. And I'm sure they will take advantage of the invitations that was made to sit in those strategic forums, to have the right conversations. Because we can't have the conversation in silos, as the President did indicate. Colleagues, we're running out of time, but we're thankful to the DM. Can I invite just two comments? Just two comments or question on the undertakings and comments that DM has made. Then I will allow him to respond, then we can, he needs to travel, he told me. He indicated to me that he's on his way. Pagania, where are you? Don't see you. Okay, Lufuno, I see you. And you, and then President, and the last hand, then that's it. Can we then just move the mics?
Thank you, Thabo. DM, thank you. I want to take you on the life of the bed. And that bed happened to be amongst them your department. I will not ask you whether it's alive or dead, because I'll be unfair as a comrade, but reflect on its life. There is a conundrum that some of my professionals, from the hat that I'm wearing as the president of the council, being the South African Council for Project and Construction Management Professions, they ask, and the conundrum is here, is that the Department of Water and Sanitation, National, has observed the gap of water services in all the municipalities across South Africa. But the same department established professional services panel for 36 months and never put them to use. And I call it a conundrum because I know that it's still the role of the national department to go and support all these municipalities. And if you have done a good assessment and say there's a gap in the performance of services of water in all municipalities, and you set up professional services panel and you finish 3 years, you never call on any of them. Is this bed alive or dead? Thank you, Tao. Let me leave it there. I've got other issues, but I'll take advantage of the DM when he walks out.
Yeah, all right. No, that's fine. Some issues are better whispered than shouted. Not that there's secrecy, but there's what you call decorum. Yes, young people.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. My name is Findicheni Gumura Nemshiru. My question, and actually wanted to ask even the Minister of Human Settlement. How are these programs feeding into the Black Industrialist program? For example, with all this infrastructure drive and the materials that will be used or procured, how is that? I hardly hear anything being spoken about. So my worry is all this procurement, how would it benefit Black industrialists over time? And then secondly, in terms of the human settlement in 2014, there was a youth brigade launch. So I'm asking if the minister or his department, do they have an appetite to create something similar of youth-owned consulting firms or contractors that are going to play a role? So let's say set aside for youth-owned entities to also partake in the infrastructure delivery of water. Thank you.
Lovely. We have Ms. Susan is here as well. Ms. Susan Mangole, DDG from the DTIC. So don't worry, some of your questions will be answered too, around black industrialists and the financial support for this. President?
Thank you very much, Ndate Masombuka. Mandibulise abahlali ngaphambili. Tata Masondo, singomama be-construction. Mahlobo, sorry.
There's another David Masondo. This one
Yes,
is
ngomama
David Mahlobo.
Be-construction. We know each other, comrades, in our other corners
Yeah.
of life. I would like to appreciate and thank you for the presentation that you have made today. And on behalf of women that are in South Africa, in the brick and mortar industry, I don't even have to lobby you, comrade, as I did yesterday to the Minister of Public Works. All that I will say is that thank you very much for inviting us in the partnership. We do have women in this industry that are in water because we believe in diversifying. We diversify. And as women that grew up in the villages, you spoke about the water that is underground. So there are women that are willing to assist you in this industry. And we are here to say, Minister, Sikona, Singabako, kwaye sizawunkqonkqoza, and as early as tomorrow, so that we sit down, because there are really women in this South, in this SAWIC that are in the water industry, that are very, very, very key and interested in making sure that they get whatever that will bring for women. And also in the Val, as a person who stays in the Val, there is a big project that is coming there. I belong in business forums in the Val, and I think SAWIC is also represented in those meetings. And when you come to the Val, we are ready to partner with you. And Rialeboga, siyabonga kakhulu, Hlonipheki. Ayikho into eningi engizoyikhuluma Tata Masombuka because sekasimemile.
Awuzwe.
Thank you.
Awuzwe. Yeah, invitation ayaliwa. Last one, that side, then we give DM a chance to respond, then we can release DM.
Thank you. I am Numa Kuku Sikio from the BBCBE. My question is, DM, the water cuts have been a huge problem in our hospitals and clinics. What are the solutions to ensure we have enough water in our healthcare facilities? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And maybe link to that in the war on water leaks. You remember DM? There was a war on water leaks, and the contractors were invited to really come and help to fix that thing, that problem. Over to you, DM.
No, thanks. Maybe let's start with you, Comrade Tab. You know, one of our problems, they are good ideas, but when we don't conclude our thinking and mapping, it gets wrong. You know the issue called leaks.
Yeah.
And it's a function of an asset. One of the mistakes we made, we thought we can stop the leaks. For you to stop the leaks, there are two issues, Comrade Tab. Is either the infrastructure has reached the end of a useful life.
And it's not maintained.
And when it has reached the end of a useful life, it means you replace it.
Yeah.
You don't maintain it, you replace it.
Okay.
Ekhaya Wheatbank, they have about 1,000 something pipes. They're all gone. 1,000 something.
Yeah.
Johannesburg is about 849 kilometers. You can't be trying to patch. You can't patch. Then there's a second element where the infrastructure has still some useful life. Then you can actually do an upgrade, you renew. That's what you do. But just to deal with the question of the leaks, in the meantime, there are two types of leaks. There's leaks where there's a burst pipe.
Okay.
You prioritize it, your turnaround time. In Gauteng, normally the water is running in the streets for 72 hours and more. They lose the water, the citizen doesn't get water, is angry. Then yourself as a municipality, you can't get the revenue. Then there are these smaller nyana ones that are happening. At a particular point, if there is a working group here under your leadership, Comrade President, let's have a discussion. Because when we actually thought this thing to say, we wanted to bring technical and operational efficiencies, it's an important matter. Then when the infrastructure now is in a good condition, you can bring people just to manage it, to manage and maintain it, which is your scheduled maintenance, unplanned and so forth, that disruption, that's what you do. But from a philosophical point of view, as a practitioner, we have to get our appreciation correct. I always say the project the department did, good intentions, bad implementation. Bad implementation. You can't be hiring people to say, hey, fix the pipe. The pipe is gone.
Yeah, let's replace this thing.
And the next thing, if you don't know where it is, if you don't know it, what decision will you make? There's no decision. One of the things we must push the professionals to be professionals. Don't tell politicians things that you want them to hear. And if politicians don't listen to professionals for your own integrity, which is your currency, leave if it is not appreciated. This is one of the problems where we think that from an issues of application, we've lowered the bar. On the issue that is raised around the panels and other things, I know that there's been a problem. Many people, panels have become a source of corruption. A source of corruption, and some people, they don't even know what a panel means. You get there, they just do a capability assessment. There is no tent. When there is a capability assessment, whether the company meets the requirements, whether is it CIDP in our case, all those requirements that are there, including those professional bodies, then people, they get in. Guess what? Just for getting in, people are making you to pay. And some of you, we are gladly paying. And then the next thing, they don't actually give you an opportunity to say, but please give us a code. They are choosing something. I said to you, Comrade Tav, the time has reached that you guys don't lower your voice. You must demand that for your participation, there must be rotation. Probably you must push that no company over 3 years must be able to continue. Some of these contracts, Tabo, they are green contracts. And if you don't intervene them to stop this thing, there is a rot. And how do we stop it? Then you create a mechanism to do that. One of the things when I look at panels, I spoke about implementation model. The implementation model, what does it mean? It means if municipalities or any entity fails, we must mobilize capacity. When we are going to mobilize capacity, in other words, we must have a capability state. What is the capacity of this that you want to bring? In our case, as a department, we will bring the water boards. But not all water boards are competent. Others are struggling. Others, they're the best tool. In our case, we have a construction unit. But then you are also having COCTA, they are having MISA and other entities. And yourselves, you need to be organized to say, which are these entities that have the capability, that they can join hands together, because this thing that you have an eye, the eye develops into greed, and the greed develops into jealousy, and jealousy develops into hatred. You guys, there's a new opportunity to become new water utilities yourselves. You know that you bring people that have a technical know-how, you bring the balance sheet, you go there as a collective. And you say to a municipality, you know what, we are struggling, we're going to come in over this period, how we are going to help you, but these are the things we're requesting. It's an opportunity because we're opening it up. But the issues around the panels, I'll look at it because there used to be a policy. We have never demanded to say how many green contracts, over green contracts. How many of these we can call them green panels, so that we can do that. But also you are encouraging this corruption, because for a corrupter, for someone to be corrupt, there's a corruptee, the corrupter and the corruptee. Never encourage. And if we don't actually make a stand as a virtue to say, those issues of underhands, they are wrong. And on the issue of black industrialists, for every person who comes here, understand the economy of our country and the direction and the potential it has and the sustainability of becoming an industrialist. It's a policy of government. We are not actually going to be apologetic, because this country is a constitutional injuncture that we must redress the issues of the past. In what there is an opportunity. One of the opportunity in water uses in terms of input. We use a lot of chemicals. Guess what? Most of the chemicals to treat water, South Africans, we are not manufacturers.
Imported.
Your job is just to do blending. Blending is not actually something we can say we are an industrialist. In other words, we are a labor broker. There is little value you add, and then it's coming from overseas in the main, and the IP. But it's an important space. We can do our own manufacturing of all the flocculants, the chlorine, and the others. We can do them. There was always ACI and the other companies that are there. Now they are getting out of the space. That business of actually treating water, it will always be there. As long as water is there, there are bacteria, there are all other things, water must be treated. Then I know Rand Water Umgeni, they are looking at that, but we are discussing with trade and industry to say water treatment is a space. Then there is this thing that I told you about circular economy, reuse of water. Why don't you actually create something around manufacturing, management of sludge? Say every port who has a sludge, bring it to my plant. I'm going to convert the sludge into gas. I'm going to convert the sludge into other uses. Your job is to say, I'm cleaning all the waste, and the waste I'm making it a new wealth. That's an opportunity in water as a black industrialist. Well, there are others generally in the piping. The problem in the piping, we must always avoid where people are going to say, let's use one technology over the other. Remember, in the olden days, there were AC pipe. Now there are these high definition pressure valves and pressure pipes. Let's be able to, the plurality that is there, and then we can be able to look. There is a space in water, and we are working with DTIC now to say which are these ones that we can be able to set aside and do that. But there is an opportunity for every sector, not only in water, even in water. We are looking at issues, for an example, opportunities like aquaculture. You can't just come, dams must never be like a sea. When you are supposed to actually do aquaculture, food production, you can actually, even that waste you see down there in Val River, the one you see in Artis, can you know that you can actually convert that hyacinth and lucerne to something else? But I will not be able, Comrade Thabo and Comrade President, to respond to all the issues here. They need detailed engagement. So we will have a discussion, and my team and the others will then have that working relationship. I don't want to see you in conferences anymore. I want to see you side by side on the ground solving our problems.
Thank you very much. In fact, DM was saying to me that you see, problems with conferences and summits like this, they rob us of an opportunity to zoom into deeper issues, right? Because we have a a carte blanche type of a program like this, back-to-back speeches, and we have 2 minutes, 10 minutes. We never zoom into issues. He was willing to avail his CEOs and his boards of water boards and people who are technical and critical to have this engagement, one-to-one, half a day. We sit there and say, what is the problem statement? Where are the opportunities? What are the solutions? Because that's how we're going to, and we call the colleagues from the DTI to come and talk about the fund, because DM is correct. We can talk transformation, but if we don't talk the financial infrastructure to support transformation, let's forget it. Let's forget it. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with financing spazas, but we must...
Comrade, I forgot my sister, she will kill me.
Yeah.
The issues around public facilities like courts, hospitals and others.
Yes.
We're working with all the municipalities, including those agencies. We don't want it to have disruption because facilities that are public amenities,
essentials,
they don't have water, and then they have to close down, including impact on business. But if there are specific area where she knows it has happened, she will give the information to you.
Yeah.
We'll dispatch the team to see how can we help those municipalities to ensure that no facility is inaccessible.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's be responsive. Let's be responsive. Colleagues, can we break for tea for 10 minutes? When we come back, we're going to listen to Ms. Susan from the DTI and the Transformation Fund. Yeah, but that was not communicated to me. Is it so? All right. Can I then invite, there's a proposal that when we break for, maybe just after Ms. Susan from the DTIC to talk to us about the Transformation Fund, then we'll break for tea and lunch once and for all. Ms. Susan, I was saying that I don't mind us colleagues financing spaza shops, but quite frankly, we need to have vision. We have a vision for growth, and catapult people to be serious business players to buy new equipments and technologies. Ms. Susan, and I'm sure that the fund is still new. It's been announced recently, or you've got a presentation?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Then please welcome and thank you very much for coming. Then you will share with us more about this interesting fund. Thank you.
Thanks, Program Director Thabo. The technical team, can you please assist with the slides? Good day, ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Minister Mahlobo, and all the dignitaries that are here. My name is Susan Mangole. I'm from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. The reason I'm here today is because the President, as he has announced during the State of the Nation address, he did commit that for this current administration, for the next 5 years, we will be raising 20 billion as part of the Transformation Fund. For today, the reason I'm here is because the Minister Tau, on the 19th of March, released the Transformation Fund concept document for public comments. Public comments are actually open until the 7th of May, and we are looking forward to receiving your inputs in terms of us building transformation and inclusive growth for South Africa. Where does the Transformation Fund concept come from? The reason we are here is that as we look back, and I think the Deputy Minister Mahlobo touched on it, is that in South Africa, transformation starts from the Constitution. So the government seeks to partner with private sector to establish an aggregated fund. And I think you would have seen in the media, the main purpose is that we're taking all the funds, we're saying, as we build the inclusive economy in South Africa, let's actually take each other accountable. So how we're going to do that is that we're aggregating all the funds that are being set aside for a specific purpose to address the issues of transformation. So Section 11(2)(b) of the BBBEE, it's actually addressed the issue of financing, because I think, as the young gentleman has mentioned, is that access to finance is one of the issues that actually can assist us to build the economy. So it is against this background that, as the current administration of government, when they started, was that for us to be able to have economic growth that is inclusive, let's aggregate all the funds that we have. So the fund is to enable this inclusive growth across South Africa, across all the sectors. The journey, as the Deputy Minister has highlighted, starts in the Constitution. Then 1998, there was a BBB Commission report, and then we had a BBB strategy. So the journey comes to from where we are, as it starts from the Constitution, as well as some of the economic strategies of the country. You can see it's actually it's almost close to 25, 30 years. However, as we are actually seeing that it started with the Constitution, we are not seeing the impact on the ground. On an annual basis, the BBB Commission, they actually publish reports. They monitor compliance across various sectors, across various sector codes. So what they have established, and which is actually the core reason why the Transformation Fund, is that there is an imbalance. There are certain sectors that are actually meeting the targets that they've put. There are certain sectors that are actually dropping, especially with regard to enterprise supplier development. So the rationale basically is to make sure that we build in more black-owned companies under the ownership and control. Majority of them that are still not participating, the voting rights, and I was looking at the current report that they will release, it's actually dropped. We're probably sitting between 25 and 30%, and it keep on dropping. And then again also, we are saying, let's consolidate, let's aggregate, let's take each other accountable. Unlike what the media is saying, it's not an additional tax, it's not an additional 3%, it's the same funds that are set aside. So what we are saying is that let's aggregate everything so that we achieve an impactful transformation. So the sectors that we're going to be focusing on, one of the key things which actually relate to what Deputy Minister Mahlobo was speaking about is that when we want to see economic growth in South Africa, we need to address the entire value chain. So when we look at water, water only comes when you put on the tap, but you need to look at the value chain to say what actually makes water. Is the chemical, is the pipes, is all sort of that. So when we talk about transformation, we need to look at the entire value chain so that we are able to actually create jobs. The sectors that you're going to be looking at, because now we are greening the climate, is renewable energy. Under renewable energies, biofuel, biomass, biogas, solar, and hydroelectrical generation. And then we're also going to look at mining services, because as we are now pushing to say, let's do mineral beneficiation, we need to also make sure that we get more SMMEs, and then we'll also transform the whole sector. And then there is agro-processing. I think what we are seeing, I think with the statistics SA, is that the food industry, they create jobs. So there is a potential. But then where are the features that we need to then penetrate to be able to create more jobs? So it means we need to look at the whole value chain to say there's agriculture, agro-processing before we get to food. And then there's also chemical processing, the chemicals that goes into the food, that goes into the farming of those food. And then we have the other challenge of the artificial intelligence and digitalization. So now, as you see see the world is changing. So we're going to also be looking at the telecommunication infrastructure, the ICT, as well as the creative industry infrastructure, given the digital economy. And then we're also looking at the infrastructure sector, especially because of this Indaba is actually for infrastructure. And I know that the Charter Council of the construction, they are very committed. They've set the target. So it will also be one of the things that we'll be looking at as we roll out the 900 billion infrastructure projects. We want to see transformation. That will also include bulk services. Manufacturing is very important. Manufacturing in South Africa, it gives us economic growth, it gives us jobs, it actually creates more opportunities. It's one of the sectors that we are also prioritizing. That also includes the manufacturing of the batteries for energy storage and the batteries for the electric vehicles. And then we also have the services and the business process outsourcing. Within the services, there are different categories, but what you will see in the latest statistics is that the services, including the financial services, they are actually creating more jobs on an annual basis. But remember, the services, they also have their own value chain. So we're also going to be looking at that. And I think what is key that I mentioned was that spatial transformation as well. So we'll be focusing in businesses that are in township and rural areas, the relevant financial products that are actually required to actually penetrate and transform. And then the accessibility. One of the key things we need to address is that, and which is why we are here, is because some of these funds are sitting somewhere. They're not accessible because the people that's supposed to participate in them, they don't know, or they're not well communicated. So we will then make sure that they are actually accessible. And then the other key thing is also to say, we will give you technical support. You'll also get support for access to market. Currently, we are looking at market in Africa. How do we then use the AFCFTA to make sure that South African companies are participating? How the fund will be capitalized, like I have mentioned, that it's aggregation of all the different funds. The key things is the one with the private sector, which is through the enterprise supplier development contribution, as well as some of both new and the existing ones, that relating to the triple BEE Act. And then we also have another part of the triple BEE that then, because multinationals cannot give shares, then they then create what is so-called an equity equivalent program. So those are some of the programs that we're going to be aggregating the funds for enterprise development from. And then we also have the impactful investors. There are some of the investors that when they come, especially when they operate in a rural area or next to a township, they also need to actually develop the enterprises there, the SMMEs. So those are some of the funds. And then we have DFIs and SOEs that we will be working on. And then also within government contract, because I think one of the key things as we look at private sector, to say, please, private sector, do comply to triple BE. We need to look within government to say, within our supply chain, are we also supporting black-owned companies? The proposed that we are looking at is that we're going to looking at equity instrument for companies that require us to then dilute and buy equity into companies. Then we're also going to look at the startup companies. There's a lot of startup digital companies and startup tech companies that are not supported. We end up losing some of the IP to other countries because in South Africa there is no facility to support any startup. So, but then we will be looking at that, including for other sectors. And then we also looking at the listed one to say, and creating more black industrialists for the value chain, and then the majority of it will then go for debt instrument. These are some of the catalytical program focus. It will be an aggregator, it will be for industrialists, it will have the digital economy. The focus will be given to SMMEs because of their potential to create jobs. It will also support the natural and cultural beneficiation and the green economy. With the natural and cultural beneficiation, I think what we are also not sort of looking at is that as a South Africa being a tourist attraction, how do we then use that opportunity to be able to market South Africa, but also making sure that as we get those tourist attraction, the benefits are actually inclusive. Some of the salient features of the Transformation Fund, they are listed there. Like we have mentioned that it will be from measured entities through the BBB, it will be the private sector enterprise development, it will be through the equity equivalent. So we are going to be jointly managing it with the private sector. The other specialist fund, because of the role of SMMEs in terms of job creation, we're going to have an SMME fund. We're also going to have a developmental fund. And I think what you touched on is what we are struggling. As we report, you find that on women-owned enterprises, we're still lagging behind, on youth-owned enterprises, and on people living with disability. Those are the designated groups that as the economy grows, they are not being seen, they are not being featured for the benefit. And then the township and rural communities as well, because some of the mega projects are actually in the township and the rural areas. How do we then make sure that the people living within that area are actually benefiting? Then we have venture capital and then some of the strategic project funds. So I've mentioned that the governance of the fund, given that it's a private sector contribution, it will be managed in partnership with the private sector, and then we will be utilizing the existing infrastructure. What I need to be clear about is that, remember, with the study of the BBBEE, not all ESDs are not actually doing what they're supposed to do. So those that are well functioning in other sectors, there is nothing wrong to actually, they should actually continue as they are. And then there are those ones that they haven't started. Those are the ones that we then intervene to say, let's partner together to then get these funds working. And then again also to say, for the new ones, because now we are starting, and I think one of the key comments that you then get from the media is that, is it going to be mandatory? No, it's voluntary. Because remember, on an annual basis, you need to report to us. What we are saying is that as you report, we're going to enforce and say, can we see who are the beneficiaries? There are those ones that reached out before the concept came to say, we are actually, as a particular sector, we are struggling. Can we partner with you? That's where then we come in to say, let's partner, then let's implement this. This will then help us to have a very impactful economic growth. Like I said, that this is the proposed governance structure. Because it's in partnership with private sector, it will have an independent sort of governance structure away from what actually is currently with the entity where it's going to be located. So in conclusion, and I think the journey that we're taking is that let's take each other accountable to build an inclusive South African economy. The document is actually out for comment. We will appreciate your input, your comments. It is accessible on the DTIC website. There are details on how, the document is there. There are details of how you can submit your comments. You can also submit your comments in writing you can drop them at the DTIC campus, or you can email them. So what we are saying is that by leveraging the public-private partnership in this initiative, we are going to achieve inclusive growth. And then again, also to say that this is the minimum target that we have reached, but then together we can achieve more to make sure that the South African economy grows. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's still a stew in the cooking, right? So yeah, it's quite not votiwe yet, right? But do you want to take questions? Yeah, understandably. Look, let us appreciate and support this fund. It's a good intervention. And thank you, Ms. Susan. We'll excuse you. I think what delegates should do and stakeholders should obviously go into the website and make the comments. And then let's hope that the version that will ultimately come out will be the version that is in that order. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's now break for tea and lunch. Then we'll come back after 15 minutes to then receive the next panel on social economic infrastructure. And then we'll have the MEC and the ministerial address on transport immediately after that. All right? Just for 10, 15 minutes, then we're back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As we welcome everyone back to this second and last segment of the program, can I just request the guys at the back to please ensure that everyone walks back into the room. We are going to slightly change the program just to adjust it a bit to ensure that we accommodate the remaining speakers. The Deputy Minister is here to grace us. That would have been the item that deals with the use of technology in advancing and speeding up efficient road, transport and logistic infrastructure system. Colleagues would recall that in the past sections of the program, there was a discussion on how to ensure that we have effective service delivery, and including, amongst other things, repairing infrastructure and ensuring that it's fit for purpose. The Deputy Minister of Transport will then take us through what the plans of the ministry and the departments are in relation to ensuring that, although we broaden transformation and participation, how do we make sure that there's effective use of modern technology, AI, artificial intelligence, fourth industrial revolution, to make sure that we achieve this. Thank you very much. Let me then take this opportunity and welcome the Deputy Minister just to, I know he's rushing, he's pressed against time. Oh, okay, no, that's fine, okay. Your time was 1. Oh, okay, my apologies. I was not aware, Thank you very much.
So I would hate a wrong characterization, Mr. President. And I want to thank you very much for this opportunity, but I'm not sure whether we do ourselves any justice if colleagues are still out.
Yeah. DM, you can start. Can you surround the mic here?
At the outset, I want to extend the warm wishes from the Ministry and Department of Transport, specifically Minister Creasy, whom I know you had also invited. She is currently engaged in a meeting of SADC today, which is dealing with some of the logistical matters in the region as part of our recovery work. So it is indeed an absolute pleasure and an honor for me to be here this afternoon on what I believe is a very important milestone for transformation in South Africa. On behalf of the department, it is our outlook to ensure that on stakeholder engagement we are present and available. And so we want to extend our appreciation to the organizers of this timely and much needed gathering, and to commend that the CB is unrelenting in its commitment to transform South Africa's built environment into a more inclusive, dynamic and opportunity-rich sector. And I think the work that is already underway with SANRAL, and as the CEO was here, I've already indicated to the President that we will be making further announcements around some of that work on the 20th of May when we present our budget vote in Parliament, obviously hoping that on the 6th of May the budget will actually pass. So we gather here at what we believe is a decisive moment in the trajectory of our nation, and that the world is changing at an unprecedented pace. Technology is redefining how nations move, trade, connect, and compete. And for South Africa, our opportunity lies not in insisting in this wave of change, resisting rather, but harnessing it to leapfrog developmental constraints, rebuild decaying infrastructure, and catalyze inclusive economic growth through job creation, building a more just and equal society, and strengthening the capabilities of an ethical, skilled, and effective public service. The transport sector sits at the very heart of this challenge, and this is for us the opportunity. Transport is not merely just about roads and rail or ports and pipelines. It is the nerve system of our economy. It's what connects farmers and markets, workers to jobs, patients to healthcare, and students to education. It is the very foundation upon which the promise of inclusive development must be built. But on the other side, we must confront the hard truth. South Africa's transport and logistics systems are under severe strain. Years of underinvestment, institutional inefficiencies, policy misalignment, and systemic theft and vandalism of infrastructure have left us with a road and rail network that in many places fails the citizens and businesses that it is meant to serve. The Treasurer General earlier on raised with me the issue of traffic congestions, potholes, aging infrastructure at freight rail lines, port inefficiencies, and truck overuse have made it problematic for South Africa's logistics, and the costs are amongst the highest in the world. And yet, amidst these challenges lies immense opportunity, and that is what brings us here today. With the right partnerships, the right innovations, and the right mindset, we can turn our transport sector into a cornerstone of renewal, into a platform that empowers small businesses, attracts investment, and links South Africa more efficiently to regional and global markets. The invitation, therefore, extended to the Ministry of Transport to participate in this Indaba could not have come at a better time. We are amid a national drive to reimagine and rebuild our national transport infrastructure in a way that is sustainable, inclusive, technologically advanced, and future-proof. But we are under no illusion. Government cannot do it alone. We need an all-hands-on-deck approach, and that includes emerging contractors, private sector, civil society, development finance institutions, innovators, academia, and of course, most importantly, black professionals and entrepreneurs in the built environment. It is for this reason that we salute you for the very innovative step you have taken, because it provides clarity of purpose and boldness of the vision that we all have. Since your inception, you have rightly placed transformation, collaboration, and capacitation at the center of your agenda. Your insistence on inclusive procurement, legislative reform, and enterprise development is exactly what this country needs, especially in light of the ongoing international trade challenges and erratic policy making currently confronting the world. But we must be clear that true transformation is not charity. It is not a box ticking exercise. It's smart economics. It's about unlocking the full potential of our people. It's about strengthened government support. It is about ideas translated into action in our industries and in our infrastructure. The future of transport lies not only in tar and steel, but also in software, sensors, satellites, smart data, and sustainable materials. Technological innovation has become a great accelerator of infrastructure development and has broadened the possibilities and opportunities which we all have to make a meaningful impact and contribution to development. Across the world, smart systems are reducing travel times. AI is optimizing freight logistics, drones are monitoring road conditions, and green technologies are extending the lifespan of road surfaces while reducing environmental impacts. In our own context, we are making important strides. Sunrow has, for instance, embraced nanotechnology and alternative stabilizers such as nano-modified emulsion to reduce the cost of road construction while improving durability and climate resilience. Early indications show that the enemy-treated roads outperform traditional methods, especially in rural and flood-prone areas. This is not just innovation for innovation's sake. It is practical, it is cost-effective, it is progressive, and it is also opportunity-driving. Likewise, in our ports and rail systems, the Department of Transport, in collaboration with Transnet and supported by the National Logistics Crisis Committee, is implementing wide-ranging reforms aimed at streamlining operations, reducing inefficiencies, and integrating smart technologies into freight tracking, cargo handling, and network management. In response to the mounting challenges in logistics, President Ramaphosa directed the development of the Freight Logistics Roadmap, a decisive intervention that is already transforming the sector. The roadmap outlines the restructuring of Transnet Freight Rail, the implementation of an open access regime, and the corporatization of the Transnet National Ports Authority to enable private investment, modernization, transformation, and competition. These reforms are bold, they are difficult, but in our view, they are also necessary. You would be aware that the Minister of Transport has made the announcement for RFIs, and here is for us to enable private participation, modern governance, and independent oversight. We will unlock billions in investment and reposition South Africa as the continent's premier logistics hub. The Port of Durban and Cape Town, long criticized for inefficiencies, are already being reimagined. In this regard, I would want to briefly indicate the work that is being done in our ports. As I've already indicated, in order to address the logistics crisis occurring in our ports, during the 2023 festive season, the National Logistics Crisis Committee was established. The NLCC, a government structure with private sector participation through various work streams, is aimed at improving this critical enabler of the economy. Further, Transnet has released a network statement which will enhance efficiency, competitiveness, and open access within the rail logistics sector. Central to this initiative is the vertical separation of the Transnet Freight Rail, establishing the Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager, or TRIM, to independently manage the country's rail infrastructure and facilitate third-party access. This milestone aligns with the National Rail Policy's commitment to reducing logistic costs, strengthening the global competitiveness of South African exports. Another significant development has been the establishment of the Private Sector Participation Unit with the Development Bank of Southern Africa to guide and utilize private sector knowledge and investment in the country's rail sector. This is where the RFI becomes key, and this is where the opportunities begin. It is our outlook that the work that is also being done by yourselves with SANRAL is not just about access, but it is about ensuring the sustainability and viability of business. It is about opening doors to finance. It is about creating the necessary security that you need in the endeavors that you will actually perform. Further, I do want to indicate that an efficient Transnet should be the North Star for all of us to emulate on how we can turn things around. For example, in the 24-25 fiscal year, port volumes were at 54.2% higher than the previous year. The rail tonnage increased by 9 million tons, which is 7.3% higher than the same time last year. Our containers handled in our ports increased by 48,000 TEUs, which is a 1.4% increase. Congestion has been reduced, and an increase in landslide handling equipment reduced truck turnaround time in the Port of Durban from 128 minutes to 84 minutes. At Richards Bay, Port, a truck holding facility has been established, removing truck queues from the N2 for port access, amongst others. We have set an ambitious target of 250 million tons by 2027, country target in our logistics. I raise all of this in the context that the work that will follow after we successfully achieve our road to rail will be urgency in the rehabilitation of infrastructure, including our roads. If you look at what is happening on the N3, Johannesburg to Durban, you look at the N3 on the Pongola side, it tells you that the degradation of infrastructure will require urgent interventions. Roads we have built for 20-year lifespan outlook finds itself reduced to probably 10 years. It is therefore in this room that we must brainstorm the new ideas to safeguard and protect infrastructure, ensure access and opportunity for contractors and in the construction sector. I indicated to the leadership earlier on that whilst 98% of the national budget of the Department of Transport goes to entities and provinces, we remain as a department focused on that the policy interventions around that usage of funds must be about transformation. The opportunities that are arising from the Department of Trade and Industry under the leadership of Minister Tao, the Black Economic Empowerment Fund, we believe is a fundamental and necessary step to ensure security. At the same time, we need to diversify and leverage our skills, knowledge, and expertise in order for us to ensure that there's functionality in the transport space. So I am also here, Mr. President, to leave an invitation to yourselves to come and engage with us and our entities, particularly Sanral, PRASA, and there is work which we believe can be achieved through the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant, which is within the purview of the Department of Transport. Similarly, the work we do with the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, we believe is able to open up opportunities for engagement and development as part of our work within the SADC region. So as a Department of Transport and our entities, I'm here to also firmly place on the table our commitment to working with yourselves. As already the CEO of Sanral announced last night, the board has approved the work around development which you have spoken about. But it is my view that that's only the beginning, and you must begin to leverage that kind of program with what can be done with PRASA. I would also want to say, Mr. President, I do not see a problem with us inviting you to our MINMEX so that you can be in a position to directly engage with the provinces on the key areas of development and opportunity. In a similar spirit, it would be prudent for us to, at some point, have a discussion around the investment that is being made in municipalities, because I believe that the professionals in this room can help us save our municipalities through the skill set and knowledge base which you have for us to drive infrastructure. I want to therefore thank you very much, Mr. President, and to all colleagues for the invitation, and assure you that the work that we are doing is anchored in the fundamental outlook that there is no development without transformation. And I think that it would be remiss of us at this important juncture to undermine the urgency of transformation, because I fundamentally believe, Mr. President, that the risks which have currently prevailed on the international stage and the kind of bullying we have found ourselves being confronted with when it comes to aid, it says to me, self-help and self-reliance is the name of the game. South Africans need to step up for South Africa. No one is coming to save us. We will save ourselves. So I think that as the tariffs war plays itself out, it also has opportunities for new collaboration. But our work must not be about seeking grants and aid. Uba bengisekhaya bengizothi asibone okhanga ezile. But ke angikho ekhaya. But asibone okhanga ezile, Mr. President. And I conclude by saying, in my previous life, I was the chairperson of SCOPA. And my only plea is that we must, as a matter of national interest and patriotic act, make sure that the work we do is done right. We must make sure that we are at the forefront of the fight against corruption. We must make sure that we, the previously disadvantaged and oppressed, finding themselves presently disadvantaged and oppressed by new circumstances, are at the forefront of liberating ourselves from those oppressions. I want to say, Mr. President, as a former youth, because I'm told youth is up to 35, so as a former youth, because I'm out of that now, the major challenge I see, rightly so, may exist because there are no jobs. But I think we owe it to young people who start businesses for the purposes of tendering to incubate them and indicate that the first payout is not to buy the fanciest car. The first payout, the first invoicing is about building your business. We have become a materialistic economy and not investing in longevity of our businesses and sustainability, growth, and expansion of our horizons. So incubation, as far as I see it, is of critical importance. And that is why when we speak about the challenges of access to finance, I am pained at the fact that institutions like Itala Bank, which had made it possible for black emerging businesses to start up and operate, bear the brutal brunt of collapse because we have done the wrong things in their management. So I say, let us protect that which is black. Let us defend that which is black. Because once it's gone, the other alternatives come at a cost. They come with demands which we may not be able to meet. That is why we are saddled with cost borrowing, repayment cost, servicing costs of 425 billion rands. And so we can't borrow further. So it is time for us to be inward looking and be our own messiahs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DM. Highly appreciated that you took time to, in fact, our apologies, because I now see that in terms of the program, you should have actually been here, speaking to us at 1, but because our program overran, we could not have kept the time. Thank you very much nonetheless. We highly appreciate the message that we have delivered on behalf of the department. And I'm sure, President, we will then be able to take on this invite and engage with you. The DM has generously offers us an opportunity to engage with him, at least 2 hands that will entertain in asking questions or making, but I ask for 2, then I get 16. You see now.
That's how much we appreciate it.
All right, I'll take 3. I'll take hands which I knew. Let me have you, ma'am, with what you call, Waname, then my chief and president, and I'll close it in that way. I know you're going to keep to 1 question, right? So that we're able to derive enough value out of engagement with the DM before he leaves. In the meantime, can I request the panel that on social economic infrastructure, Dr. Julia Petla, if you're still here, I know you indicated time constraints, but if you're not, can the panel members just get ready? President?
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for a wonderful presentation. Mine is a practical problem, and I have a solution for it. The road R708 from Marquardt to Tlokolan in the Free State. It's about, I think, 30, 40 kilometers, but it took me over almost 2 hours to drive because there are potholes. There were one sign which was saying, watch out for big potholes, followed by another one which said, watch out for large potholes. And the last one that killed me was when it said, massive potholes. And I'm sure President is aware of that road because there's a main link between us and Maseru in Lesotho. Now, here's a solution, Deputy Minister. I think last week it was reported that in the Northwest, 17 billion was returned back to National Treasury. So that's where the money is. Now, in terms of the professionals, the artisanals, we are all here. Contractors are all here. We can prepare something and start that project tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One minute, then we go to President and have the young lady there, then we're done.
Thank you, Program Director. DM, my name is Gregory Mufokeng. DM, the restructuring of Transnet, in particular TRIM and TFR, I would like to be very short on this one. Why are we giving the most profitable routes to the private sector, depriving TFR an opportunity to generate revenue and to be profitable going forward? We are busy at NETLEC finalizing the National State-Owned Enterprise bill there, which dictates that companies that are going to fall under the new entity must be profitable. What we are doing at Transnet with a plan to give the family silver away means that those entities, especially TFR, is not going to be profitable going forward. Why are we doing that? Why can't we keep the profitable routes within TFR? And the difference between what we are currently carrying and the 250 million tons can then be the space where private sector plays. Thank you very much.
Sorry, President. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the President of the BBCPE, the DM, and the Program Director. Thank you for the platform. My name is Larato Mamocha. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Youth within the Black Business Council in the built environment. Mine is very simple. It's merely a comment and not a question, really. And it is that we cannot be something that we do not see. I was quite happy to see a younger face, even if it's no longer youth, on the podium. But I just wanted to say that between the business sector and yourselves as ministers or people who are holding space in the public offices is that you also hold the responsibility to ask the BBCBE, where is the youth? Either on those platforms or also in the closed rooms where you are meeting before you come to the stage. And moreover to that, because that also speaks to inclusivity. Because I'm going to sit here and talk about transformation when certain groups that are actually highly affected by being highly marginalized within the built environment and the society at large is not represented and their voices are not expressed. Men are not the only conduits of knowledge, and they're also not the only people who are professionals and knowledgeable within the space. There's also young women, there's young men, even in this particular room, and also if you check majority of attendants and supporters in this particular conference, it's women. So it becomes quite unfair, and I know it's loud and quite appalling and disappointing that all the speakers on the platform didn't even speak to that effect, but we're speaking about transformation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just take it there, then you can bring it here to close.
Thank you, Alvin Nell. Minister, or Deputy Minister, I see AT&S is in the news. So while we in the air, I'm looking at the low altitude economy. And one of the best ways of thrusting yourself forward is just by becoming visionary and embrace drones and UAVs. And I guess one would start from a policy viewpoint. So I want to ask, where are we in terms of policy, as that is a future economy? The BBCBE and its companies is standing ready to start building the drone ports. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Angikubulise Mhlonipheki, Deputy Minister of Transport. My name is Clara Sigelelwa Sotlulashe. I'm the President of South African Women in Construction and Built Environment. I am also the chairperson of the BBCBE Good Governance Committee. SAWIC, it's a member organization. It's one of the founding members of the BBCBE. And let me first thank you, Mhlonipheki, by also encouraging the incubator programs. We are here as women. I think you have heard the voice of the young woman who said, I quote, "It is your responsibility to make sure that you keep a BBCBE accountable in terms of women, youth, and people with disability." I'm just adding, because the policies of government are speaking loudly about us. There is nothing that can be discussed or that can be spoken about us without us. We must be part of any discussion that is happening. In your department, I would like to check how far are you with the 40% set aside that we are making noise about as women in South Africa, both young professionals, because in my organization we also have professionals, and also other organizations. Siyacela, Deputy Minister, the advantage that I have is that I was raised by the family that is in the rural area. So we were taught, or I was taught, ukuthi ukuzithoba kuletha impumelelo. I'm here to persuade you, not to lobby you, because ISAWIC is also working closely with SANRAL in other provinces, because it is a national footprint organization. So we do participate in the SANRAL programs, but we have little space in other sectors, like your Transnet and others. I think what we want to see is to see women in all those spaces. You know, most of the women that I am leading, Deputy President, are CIDB grade 1s, 2s, and 3s. It worries me when I see these women unemployed. In this roof today, I have the people that are founding members of SAWIC that were there in 1997 when Ms. Stella Stau was forming this organization at DPSA, our home. So, those women, they are still grade 1s, 2s, and 3s. It's not that they don't have compliance, Deputy Minister. Ikona. But we don't know why is it a problem with the departments to give out these RFQs, because some of them, they can form a part of them as their gradings. I'm not grade 1, I'm grade 7. But I can't lead people that are grade 1, 2s, and 3s. Whereas our government is speaking about 40% set aside. Iguphi? Angilwi angithi Deputy Minister usashe Mushamos isende indlela. Ngiyabuza nje ukuthi kuphi. Ngibuza ngesizulu.
All right.
So I think we are here as the children or as an organization that is under this BBCPE. Ours is just to want to see women transformed. Let's not talk transformation and gender mainstreaming without implementation.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. DM? Yes, okay, no, that's fine.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think maybe, let me go to the youth first so that I can share an anecdote which will probably summarize everything I want to say. When I arrived in Parliament as a young 24-year-old, I went to my first portfolio committee meeting for orientation, which happened to be the Joint Standing Committee on Defense. And my one colleague happily introduced me there. And one member responded and said, "This is precisely why we need national service. We can't have kids here." I'm happy to report I'm still there, they're not there. The point of that story is to say the notion of transformation is not just one of deracializing the economy, but it's also pushing back on the frontiers of ageism and patriarchy. And so, Mr. President, where is the youth when you receive us and brief us? I hope that if another colleague of mine is coming here, you will have the youth present in that room for them to raise their issues more sharply. But I do believe that we have got a duty and an obligation, Mr. President, to the youth. Otherwise, there's no sustainability to the work that you are doing because it has to be handed over at a particular point in time. I'm a firm believer in operations which are anchored in a generational mix. It was also on the flip side of that, age is not, or rather wisdom is not the preserve of age. We've got very old people who are very unwise and very young people who are wise and vice versa. On the issue of the potholes, and maybe it's to say, Mr. President, if we can probably through Operation Vulindlela, see what we can do with interacting with the youth committee so that they can be taken through all that's there. Of course, there's also the NYDA, a board is being established. I suppose they will be in a position once the president has finalized that conclude. So I believe that maybe a heightened interaction may help. On the issue of the potholes, well, there's the program of Vala Zonke which has been established. But we believe that the difficulty is that potholes are a moving target because the pressures on the road are so immense. So whilst 45,000 potholes have been filled, as you fill those, they emerge elsewhere. Hence the need then for the new technologies and new innovations about our road construction to ensure resilience. Because each pothole and the cavities thereof are of a different construct. The engineers know better who are in the room. So it's not just about filling the pothole, but it's the engineering behind the road, that's the roads we construct, and how we are then able to create agility for them to be sustainable as we had intended. So the Vala Zonke program, in my view, as I've already indicated to Minister, will require some sort of review and work with Sanral and you. But it's also about building up the capacity of municipalities and provinces. What I will do, I will ask the Sanral team to look at the R708. And then on the key question, of course, of under expenditure is that that's a broader discussion we need to have with National Treasury, because, of course, under expenditure, as far as I'm concerned, is also an audit outcome, just like over expenditure is. But it speaks to shortcomings in the system. It speaks to a lack of capacity on one hand and an absence of political will to be committed to your own commitments. So I think whilst it may be saying we can do a program tomorrow, but we need to diagnose as to why we are underspending so that we can plug in correctly. The PRMG has got some 500 projects throughout the country. They are not on time. There's heightened levels of deviations and variations, environments to programs, which then is in itself problematic. But the point is taken, and on the flip side of it, on the observations of your billboards, we will endeavor to see if we can look at R708 as a priority. Well, of course, the restructuring of Transnet must be viewed in the broader context of the experience of the past that we had, in that SOEs, I still believe we need to go back to the original phrase that the public protector then used. It was not state capture, it was state of capture. And that of makes all the material difference in how you understand the problem. And I have had the benefit of serving in Scopa for 10 years, 5 of which I chaired. And I'm under no illusions about the extent of mismanagement, maladministration, and corruption that took place in the SOEs. It was massive. How people choose to interpret it politically or otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, is neither here nor there. The bottom line is the institutions collapsed. And so the things that happened then, we are paying for them now. You will know as practitioners in engineering spaces, amongst others, there's a cost to non-maintenance. You pay for it tomorrow. There's equally a cost to misgovernance. You pay for it in future. Those who are parents know there's a cost to mollycoddling your children. You pay for it in future. Because worst of all, in your absence, your children generally find themselves wanting. So there's a cost to not doing the things that you should. So Transnet, amongst others, PRASA, SAA, the list is endless, are in a mode of recovery, but we are way behind in terms of where we should be. And when we say create a conducive and enabling environment for businesses to operate, people seek to want to make that a political statement of ideological debate. But the state on its own is not a jobs creator, but it creates the conditions. So when you speak about transformation, you are creating the conditions for inclusion. And as far as I see it, there is nothing that says black businesses will be closed out of the opportunities that are being opened up at Transnet. In the conversation I had with the president earlier on, I said, let's move with speed in interrogating the RFI that has been released, because it is an opportunity. Transnet in its current form needs to be transformed. And so do all the other SOEs, in order for them to be fit for purpose and for them to be agile. What we are not going to give away is the state's infrastructure. The rail lines and other related infrastructure remain the property of the state. So the question we need to ask as we build capacity, and that's why I intentionally said it's a country target, the 250 tons. From pit to port, we must beneficiate that ecosystem for opportunities. But the transformation at Transnet is necessary, and we believe that we are going about it in a responsible way, and we are open to further discussions around it, including but not limited to the question of profitability. Madam President, you raised the key question around women participation. One of the issues that we found to have been neglected in the Department of Transport was SANWIT, and we are in the process of ensuring that the South African Women in Transport Initiative actually is revived and it gains traction, so that we can be able to create for ourselves the necessary checks and balances which answer some of the key critical questions that you answer. But the transformation agenda is broadly about the inclusion as well of women. And I believe that having been in Nganega Gogo, because my parents were working, there's no development without women. But it can't be a catchphrase. We have to practicalize it by ensuring that the skills development for women are there. It's about ensuring that the girl child goes to school. It's about ensuring that we raise the consciousness. It's about ensuring to say that umshado is not an achievement. We mustn't raise people for relationships. Raise them for their own independence and viability and sustainability. And if marriage finds them, then congratulations. Because we begin, you see, it's the commercialization, Madam President, I know I'm probably going off script, but the commercialization of relationships, and therefore the commercialization of lobola, that women are a commodity because ngkhokhe kakhulu, therefore uyislave sami, awuzukuya emsebenzini uzohlala la. It can't be. So the whole even natural construct of where we strategically locate women is important in how we raise them. In that if we inculcate dependency at an early age, we justify it by closing them up for business at a later stage because we say we were not raised for this purpose. So there's a broader discussion that we need to have. What do we mean by inclusion and transformation? It goes to societal construct and a paradigm shift of seeing women as equals as opposed to people who must be mollycoddled or must be served in another way. They are equal partners in the development of this country and the world. But I think we will have those discussions once we have revived SANWIT ourselves. As I conclude, the key question on the ATNS, obviously, as you will recall, there is a ministerial intervention team that has been placed at ATNS. The minister has given a ministerial directive for a full-scale investigation into how some of the things that should have been done were not done to deal with the risks that prevail. I can confirm that we were able to authenticate and affirm and approve the landing procedures through the South African Civil Aviation Authority to ensure that our skies are safe, and that investigation is running parallel to us ensuring that we stabilize the sector. But more broadly then on the issue of the policy, when we arrived, we withdrew the aviation policy that we found in the department, but I can report that we have concluded on the review of that policy, and it is serving at cabinet at the next cycle, and the material details of the issues around the aviation space which you are looking for will be found in that particular documentation. So it's receiving our attention. There was one or two things that we felt needed to be adjusted, and one or two things that we felt needed to be more pronounced in order for us to be able to diversify. So the aviation policy is ready for cabinet. On the other hand, we are looking at stabilizing the entity, specifically ATNS, to guarantee safety in the skies of all that travel to and from and within South Africa. Lengafikanga khona sekufika umoya oyingcwele ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, DM. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the engagements. And I think now we, just on the same trend around opportunities in transport, we will now invite Mr. Sonwabile Macheisi from KPMG, who's going to share with us the perspective around the emerging trends in infrastructure and transport around the world. If your colleagues will recall, there was a district development model approach which would have suggested, amongst other things, a train from Gauteng to Polokwane, speed trains. Okay. Durban to Joburg, vice versa. But we're nowhere near to that. From an infrastructure point of view, we need to see and check if South Africa is really ready for the new trends that are emerging in global infrastructure patterns. Dr. Sonwabile will, or Mr. Sonwabile will come and share with us. Is the presentation loaded? Then we'll share with us the emerging trends and patterns and see how we as emerging contractors and black contractors in particular can take advantage of those. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. President of BBC, President of BBC, BE, leadership, and all delegates, pleasure to share, very quickly some of the trends that we are seeing. I'm always having discussions with the BBC, BE around, what is happening on infrastructure, and the discussion which I've been having had a very certain stance, but since yesterday, I decided to change what I'm going to be presenting to you, or sharing rather, because of the context which I got. I've got three aims with this presentation. First of all, let me just correct, my name is Sonwabo Mateisi. I'm not a doctor. Let's correct that. I'm with KPMG, partner in infrastructure advisory. Three things I want to quickly share with you, colleagues, is how infrastructure is changing, not only in South Africa, but globally, where the opportunities are, and these opportunities are global. They include South Africa, and how do we prepare ourselves, Gregory, to exploit these opportunities? I've been hearing about China, I've been hearing about Saudi Arabia, I've been hearing about triple Ps. We're operating in a global world, and we're complaining, or we're asserting that Chinese are giving us competition. I'll tell you one thing about China and Saudi Arabia, for those guys who have been there, they plan ahead. And on an almost daily basis, we get inquiries about opportunities in South Africa in infrastructure space, from global partners. And as our economy opens up, these opportunities are opening up. We're going to find ourselves in a very tough position, if we're not preparing ourselves. So my presentation is not about now. It is about now, but more importantly, how do we prepare ourselves, as professionals in this environment. What we are seeing, fortunately, this is going to be shared. I'm not going to go through each topic. I'm happy to engage, later on. What we are observing is that, how we plan infrastructure is changing drastically around the globe, mainly around areas around resilience, sustainable infrastructure, inclusive infrastructure. Also importantly, and just the minister was talking about, is around the use of information technology in infrastructure. Alternative energy sources and use is becoming critically important, in infrastructure. How we finance infrastructure is not the old way. Some of the colleagues will know that I've worked for MTBs and DFIs around the country. The way we used to finance infrastructure is changing totally. We need new instruments to finance infrastructure because it's no longer the requirement that we used to say you either need equity, debt, senior debt, or you need some other forms of funding. How we build infrastructure, critically important. There's been discussion this morning as well around alternative materials use. That is important. How we operate and maintain infrastructure, very important, and technology plays a key role in there. And more importantly, for us, especially the black professionals, and especially for the youth, how do we invest in infrastructure? Certain things are being targeted, if we need to exploit the opportunities that I'm going to share around infrastructure. For example, whatever you fund around infrastructure must show evidence of sustainable credentials. It's not only about just putting bricks and mortar, as someone has said. Are these sustainable? Is this infrastructure resilient? You can't hear me well. Okay, sorry. I'm not going to go through this, but very importantly, this study which was done by the Worldwide Fund in 2022 says 75% of the infrastructure expected to exist by 2050 has yet not been built. That shows the opportunity that is there, for the professionals, in the built infrastructure. Massive opportunities. This is a very good space to be in. But the question is, are we ready to exploit those opportunities? If we are not ready, then the likes of China is going to exploit these opportunities. What are these opportunities? I'm not going to go to them, all of them. We need to, and some of them are almost 99% of them are applicable to South Africa. Aging infrastructure, we know it. And just to talk, to say this is not a problem of South Africa or middle-income countries. I left the stats there for the US. The US needs around 2.6 trillion USD by 2029 for its own infrastructure. Renewable energy, we know exactly what's happening in our country. Urbanization and smart cities, we are talking about Amatya Jombe and everything like that. We know what's happening in our country. Water and sanitation, it was a focus area. Climate resilience and disaster mitigation, yesterday we talked about what's happening in Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. And what you'll see here, various studies, for instance, on the climate resilience and disaster mitigation. The study which was done by Munich Re, which is a reinsurance company globally, puts that opportunity at around 210 billion USD. That was 2020. I'm sure it's gone up by around 300 billion now. Those are the opportunities you might think that exist, outside South Africa, but some of the information is here in South Africa. The likes of Munich Re are here in South Africa. So all this information include us, these are opportunities that exist for us as well. Infrastructure and technology. We talked about it and the minister talked about it. Triple P, Gregory was talking about Triple P, huge opportunities, and almost every inquiry that you got is around certain sectors that they've researched very well and say what is happening there, what are the chances of Triple P there, how do we ready ourselves. Healthcare infrastructure, it's a massive opportunity within South Africa, we know that. waste management infrastructure, transportation. This is massive. There might be a delay, or lag in its implementation, but I'm not sure how ready we are as black professionals to use, to take opportunities in these areas. How do we exploit these opportunities? There are various traditional ways of funding, as I said, whether it's commercial banks, MDBs, National Development Finance Corporation. In the past, we just used to look at time, risk, and financial. Those are critical things. That's traditional. If you look at the funders now, they say, they look at that, but we need more on your project. How does your project talk about social value? How do you invest? How is your project, sustainable? How is it resilient? Does it take into account biodiversity? Is it carbon neutral? Because if you don't take these considerations now, then we're going to start complaining that our projects are not being funded. Whereas the likes of China and other companies, their governments are funding these projects. And they're taking all, into consideration all these areas. So the message is here that whenever we prepare ourselves and look at projects, it's not only the traditional requirements that are there, there are other requirements that are critically important that we need to factor in. And this provides opportunities for various, specialization, within the profession, especially for the youth, especially around, what we see around resilience and the environment. A lot of young people are getting into these professions. What I want to, and this is my last slide, what we are seeing now is what we call a whole new systems approach that is required in infrastructure. And that approach, and I think everyone was talking about is that we need to work together. That approach starts, from the bottom, around the supply chain. The supply chain needs to be in the room because change in the built environment is delivered, by supply chain. Asset owners, that is individual asset owners, need to be, in the room. Critically important. Asset owners own the asset, as name suggests. Corporates and also public sector owns, these assets. But these assets are influenced by investors and insurers who come in and request all those non-traditional areas I was talking about. They're beginning to ask for this. Regulators, we're talking about regulators, some of the regulators are here. They also influence, the portfolios around the built environment. We create assets so that we can, deliver socio-economic benefits and services. And some of them, especially in our developing countries, are owned by central and local government, and in our case also municipalities. They need to be involved, Gregory, in all the discussions that we have. Local government, central government, municipality, they develop these assets for the people. You need to engage the people in the infrastructure discussions because the people are the one who are impacting the environment that we live in. So what this says that whenever you design, whenever you finance, whenever you conceive an infrastructure, you need all these players to be around. You need all these players to play a role. Whilst we are delivering on our ambition in these sectors, in supplying the infrastructure that is needed, but also we need to be accountable. We need to be accountable to the people. We need to be accountable to the environment. Colleagues, we don't have much time, but I want you just to go through this in your own time, and we can engage some other time further. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. But maybe the long and short of it, my good doctor, I've afforded you a doctoral status now. But are we ready as a country for the new trends and the modern forms of transport infrastructure? Are we ready politically, financially, and maybe from a landscape point of view?
I would like to, people like Gregory to answer that because they're sitting in NEDLAC. But what's very interesting for me, we've got the NIP 2050. How many of those sectors that we are prepared? Remember, we put a stats there, say 75% of the infrastructure that's going to be needed in 2015 is not yet built. Do we know what infrastructure is, that we need in 2015? Do we know what infrastructure we're going to be building? I think, to me, that's the discussion that, as the built environment, and hence, we're working very closely, is to influence those discussions. How do we plan ahead? How do we prepare ourselves? So that we don't talk about now, but also we prepare ourselves for what is coming. And I'll tell you what, it's not, some of the things are here already. Some of the companies, big time, they're involved in the waste and energy, in the country. We talk about the RFI that has been issued by Transnet. Those guys who have looked at that RFI, you ask yourself how many South African companies are going to be able to respond, to that RFI. Not many. We had a look at it. Look at that. Try to scan. And we're providing input in that. But we're not ready. For that RFI. That is my opinion. But again, thanks, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mateisi. Can we then invite the panel on roads, transport, logistics, transformation to please come on forward? Sandra, Acting Transformation Manager, Tandile Mahwabe. Then we have the CEO for Cirrus Global, CEO Terry Wickham. And Mr. Tumelo Hopane. Thank you very much, my brother. Please take over. Yeah. We have the next timer. You look at there for your time, just to guide you in terms of coordinating the panel. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Program Director. All protocols observed, as they say. But I would like to single out President Masimeni and Deputy President Dube and Retlali, the organizer, and maybe the MC, I don't know if he was part of organizing, to ask why are we having transportation as the graveyard shift. And my reason for that question, MC and everyone, is that everything we've spoken about since yesterday cannot happen if you cannot move people, goods, and services around. So everything starts with the ability to move people, goods, and services around for you to execute anything around the country. So I think we are going to talk transformation in the transportation industry, which is going to be twofold. Economic transformation, which means inclusivity, which is the theme, the main theme of this year's conference. But also, while doing that, we need to transform transportation to be effective and efficient if we are to improve the economic prospects of the country. And for me, if we talk transformation, we need to first start by saying, do we have transformation in the spatial planning of the country, which then talks to how you move people, goods, and services around, whether by air, pipelines, borders, harbors, roads, and all sorts of things. I think the panelists, the esteemed panelists, will also comment on that, including, of course, the aspects of technology and new innovation in the transportation sector. So I'm going to introduce, I think Thabo has already done that, but I will sort of repeat. We've got on the left, okay, my left, which is your right, we've got Kaelihle Zenani from KZN Transport. Then next to him, we've got Terry Wickham from Sirius Global. Then on my far right, which is your left, we've got Tandile Makwabe from Sandra. So yes, I think I will then begin to start maybe with you, Kaelihle. Do you want to talk to the issue of transformation in the concepts or the what we open the session out? Thanks.
Yes. Must I go to the pen? Good day, ladies and gentlemen. By means of introduction, my name is Kaelihle Zenani, an employee of the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Transport. The topic that I'll be addressing today is the inclusion of the Black youth as well as women through mentorship to enforce transformation within the transport, roads, as well as logistics sector. Basically, mentorship can be viewed as a very powerful tool to drive transformation within the roads, logistics, as well as transportation sector. Traditionally, the transport sector has been seen as a predominantly white male-dominated industry, thus limiting leadership role as well as technical expertise of Black youth as well as women. Thus, mentorship programs serve a critical intervention to address systematic barriers, thus creating opportunities for equality. So why do we need this inclusion? We need the inclusivity of the youth as well as Black women for the following reasons: to reduce the social barriers that have been faced and injustices, for economic transformation, because inclusive development, economic transformation aligns with the national development goals. So the role of mentorship. Why is mentorship such a critical endeavor or topic to focus on? It results in the transfer of skills. It creates confidence and empowerment, especially for mentees, and also allows for network expansion because it opens doors to professional circles and potential job opportunities. How can we then implement these various strategies? By ensuring structured programs, development of mentorship programs, frameworks within organizations, collaborating in partnerships with schools, universities, and various professional bodies. By incentivizing these mentors will also lead to an increase in the implementation strategies to allow for better mentorship. Thus, in conclusion, mentorship is more than a support structure. It is basically a strategic tool for transformation. Thus, by investing in the potential of a Black youth and woman, the transport sector can evolve into an inclusive, innovative, as well as a representative industry. In closing, how do we then come up with solutions to this? We can increase the mentorship capacity in the industry by identifying mentees that we can mentor within the industry and to provide youth structures within organizations. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kailise. I think we can come to you, Terry. You can maybe elaborate a bit on how does technology and new innovations transform the transport sector?
Great, thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be addressing the graveyard session of this meeting. It's always a tough act, so we'll do the best that we can to entertain you. Just to maybe provide a little bit of introduction, I'm the chief executive of a company called Cirrus Global. It's a multinational company, but as you can hear from my accent, I'm firmly South African, and so the development of what we do within the context of South Africa is close to my heart and very important to us. So in particular, we invest in transformative technologies across a spectrum of different sectors. One of the key sectors that we focused on is transportation. So to cut a long story short, we've acquired a company that has developed its technology in Brazil, so a BRICS partner of ours, in the area of transportation. What's really interesting about this technology is that it is completely conversant with the climate-friendly requirements that are now such an important part of the investment scenario, as I think the previous speaker highlighted. So essentially the technology that we have uses pneumatic propulsion, air propulsion, driven by electrical sources, and those are largely renewable in nature. So it fits perfectly well in the green economy, the green climate. Our vision really is to deploy that technology, and we're doing that currently. So we're engaged in about 12 different international projects right across the world. But basically we focused on creating an urban passenger mobility system that is very user-friendly, very clean and efficient, and really speaks to what my colleague on my left-hand side was talking about in terms of providing opportunities for empowerment across the spectrum. So that's one aspect that we're focused on, and the other is really on the very important topic of freight logistics, the ability to move freight from point A to point B and to do it in a very effective, efficient, and cost-effective manner. So, you know, these technologies, I think, are game-changing. In the context of the South African environment, it is quite challenging because, you know, we need to compete with what I'm going to call kindly 19th century technology and introducing 21st century technology by comparison. So there's really a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done. And I think we're in the process of educating people and showing them what actually can be done in a really efficient way. And then I think it also speaks to the ability to mobilize investment around that kind of opportunity. So just to give you a sense of it, if we were to install a complementary freight logistics system in South Africa, that would focus on developing about 9,000 kilometers of track infrastructure, bespoke, discrete track infrastructure that's complementary to the existing modes of transport that we have. And that would equate to something like about $6 billion of foreign direct investment into the country, and something like the creation of 43,000 direct jobs on a sustainable basis. So you can see the economic impacts are substantial. And it's really, I think, important for us in this country to think beyond the conventional and to maybe leapfrog a little bit and to take the country, propel the country into the future. That would transform the economy in terms of making us a really attractive investment destination. And of course, a rising tide lifts all ships. So broadly, that's what we're about. I can spend a lot more time talking about it, but in a nutshell, that's what we're about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Terry. I think we can then bring in Tandile from Sandra to also latch on to the issue of transformation in the transportation sector.
All right. Thanks. Thank you, Mhlekazi, and thank you, Program Director. I think no one can deny Sandral's effectiveness when it comes to building roads and maintaining roads. We have done well in that space, relatively well, for the past few years. But if you were to talk transformation, I think it leaves a lot to be desired when it comes to that. So as such, we needed to then take an introspective view on our transformation objectives and what we are trying to achieve. As such, Sandral then decided to make transformation, the element of transformation, a pillar in Sandral, one of strategic pillars. With that, it meant that anything that has an economic benefit, transformation must be at the center of that discussion. So this is a board-taken view, and it has been implemented already. And again, with transformation being a pillar, it meant that we need to come with different ways of doing things so that we see the change that we would like to see in the construction space in particular. So I'll talk just briefly of some of the interventions that we've put in place and also what is still coming in terms of those interventions. The first one, which has already started rolling out, we decided to take a different procurement strategy when it comes to procurement of professional services and contractors. We decided to explore panels. And I know there was discussion earlier on about the pros and cons of having panels, but what we had picked up from Sandral projects is that, or Sandral as a whole, is that we are seeing the same names. Whichever province you go to, you will see the same consultants, you will see the same contractors, which means that one contractor in nationally possibly will be sitting with 11, 12 contracts, and that is not what we would like to see. We would like to see, the pie sort of shared, particularly with the previously disadvantaged. So the panels, which we started advertising those in December, the panels will try and address that type of element so that we don't see all the work being received by the well-established entities in the industry, which is something that's quite prevalent at the moment. The second intervention, and if you were part of the sessions yesterday, was that we've got a contractor development program that has been recently approved. In fact, it was approved by the board yesterday, which the CEO also announced. So you are the first ones to hear about it. So the contracted development program has been approved by the board as of yesterday. What this means is that we are going to now focus on contractors that are in the CADP ranges between 5 and 7 in particular, because we've seen that when you're looking at SANDAL contracts, particularly the size of the SANDAL contracts that go out, they cater more for grades 8s and 9s. And the grade 1 to grade 4, you'll see that they are catered very much on the what we call contract participation goals, the CPG, or 30% if you will. But then it leaves this missing middle where these contractors have no space to participate. So now we are creating this program to create a safe space for them to participate in and tender amongst themselves when they are in this space. We've engaged DFIs as well, because that is going to be a crucial element if we are to see this program be successful. Because as an example, if you're giving a grade 5, all of a sudden a contract of 50 million, they might struggle to rise to the occasion if they don't have the relevant support. So we've spoken to DFIs, we've spoken to, as an example, CETA as well, where the mentorship is concerned, and we've spoken to training service providers so that we are able to support the guys on the program and not just give them those opportunities without support, which would be setting them up for failure. What's linked directly to this contractor development program is what we call the Black Industrialist Scheme. With the Black Industrialist Scheme, because we are in road construction, the elements that go into road construction must come from somewhere. The aggregate, as an example, must come from somewhere. And if we are leaving that to chance, we are going to see what is happening now, that specific entities are benefiting from that space. We want to see black industrialists also participating in that space. As such, I think last year sometime, late last year, we had advertised an expression of interest just to see what's out there in the market when it comes to black industrialists. But maybe because we didn't do the marketing correctly, but we didn't get much response or a very good response from the market. So we are going to pursue that again in the next couple of months, which is linked to the contractor development program, just to even up that space as well. If we are looking into the future, we are looking also at set-asides, where we are going to say certain projects, these projects are set aside for the youth. These particular projects are going to benefit the youth. These particular projects are going to benefit women, and so on. So we are exploring set-asides as well. I can't say but we have implemented that because it's still in discussion phases and it's still in development phases. And then finally, of course, the preferential procurement policy that you might recall we were taken to task on. So we are revisiting that preferential procurement policy. A reason being as well, if we are talking about two grade 9s, a white grade 9 contractor and a black women-owned grade 9 contractor, and they are bidding for the same project, there is nothing that gives this black women-owned contractor leverage or gives them advantage currently as the way we are doing things. So the preferential procurement policy that we are going to introduce will seek to address certain things along those lines as well. So that is still coming. That is also still in discussions within Sandra. And of course, we'll do the consultation processes once we've concluded on the internal discussions. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Maybe just going back quickly to Kaelise. When we talk mentorship for women and youth, what about the women and youth that are ready to take up the work? And over and above that, what about the broader historically disadvantaged that are ready to take up work? Why I'm putting this is, are we suggesting that, historically disadvantaged people must be on perpetual mentorship programs?
So when we refer to women and the youth, we mostly refer to people of disadvantaged backgrounds. Why is this so? It's mainly because of the injustices that have been faced by the industry. So in terms of mentorship, we're trying to come up with programs that are able to incentivize the mentors so that they are able to identify these mentees in order to allow for inclusivity, thus transforming the sector.
Okay. We have about 3.5 minutes left. I think I'm going to stand up and get some questions from the floor. You know, when you are standing here, this light is here, you can't even see. Okay, I see 2 questions from this side, 2 hands, 1 hand, 4th hand, 5th hand. Okay, that's it. Right, I'll just go there in that order. 1, 2, 3, 4. There was a 4 lady somewhere. Oh, and then 5, yeah. Okay, let's start with you. A roving mic here in the front. Okay, that's 3 minutes, 12 seconds. You can see it. Thabo wants to go.
I'll be as fast as possible. Hlamin Lovu, chairperson of the Women's Chapter of the Black Business Council's Built Environment Sector. I'm also chairing N3 concessions now for 8 years, also running construction company and other infrastructure investments. This is by far one of my favorite panels in the 2 days that we've spent here. One of the critical things that is constantly an outcry is that, and I think this is the point that you were making, we have this language around emerging contractors. There will always be a class of emerging contractors, and there has to be. Once that disappears, it's like a middle class disappearing from the economy, so we cannot afford for that to happen. But we do need to see emerging contractors ultimately emerge. And what has happened is that we've had a contraction and a crystallization of our industry around few players. In the concession and in other assets, we've seen that road builders at a grade 9, let's say 8 and 9 level, and 9 is obviously very broad for various reasons, the industry or the opportunities have crystallized around few players. And really what I want to ask for is that set-asides for women in those specific sections be considered. Typically you'll see set-asides in the lower grades coming up, but then they seem to vanish and become less of a concern going forward. And that's why we do not have a class of contractors that finally graduate and emerge. That's my belief.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we got the point there that we really need to see this mill. You know, there must be timelines, targets, and objectives around the mill. There was a second hand somewhere. Are you covered? Okay. There was another hand somewhere here. Gentleman there at the back, yeah. Yeah, it was a... Oh, there's a memo. Okay, I come on.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ndizrapi from Ndizrapi Project. I'm here for Sanral. Sanral, when you said you are going to help the disadvantaged, I just want to tell you the disadvantaged are not from grade 5 and to 7. The disadvantaged are from the lower grade. Let's say if you are starting from grade 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you can talk our language. But now when you said you are helping us disadvantaged, like I'm not that disadvantaged, you are not helping us at all. And the other thing that I want to address you is this picture, potholes. You know, I've been trained under Kayalami Metro, Yakamuti. I've been trained with the engineer and everybody. So the way they are doing the Pecha potholes is not the way I have been trained. If you want us to help you as a woman that have got skilled, I don't have a degree, but I was having, the engineer was helping us because they are the one who designed that road. Now you are taking them aside. When they do that Pecha potholes, who is assisting you on that roads, whether there's a groundwater, whether that road is okay. Because the way you are doing Pecha Ama potholes is not the right way, the way I've been taught. Thank you.
Okay, we heard that. Sorry, there was a hand here in the middle. Me? Then after you, my brother. After her.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Namhlatadzi. I am the Secretary General of SAWIC and BE, and also Secretary of BBC BE Women. Mine is two. I just want to ask about, when you spoke about mentorship and youth, do you have these mentors in place? And if you do, where are they sourcing their mentees? And with that said, what is the statistics on it? Because it's easy to sit in a room like this and speak about mentorship and speak about how youth must be mentored and all of that, but maybe you don't even know where to start. Where is this youth that you want to mentor, and what is this? What is the statistics there? But I also want to ask on Sandral, when you speak about transformation being one of your pillars, as a woman, you know, in this space, you are setting. You spoke of set-asides from grade 5 up to 7. I want to ask first and foremost, where are the professionals in that? I know we're speaking construction, but also there's a professional side of things, like your PRNs and stuff. Where are they, the consultants there? Are they included in that? And what is the program around that? And also I want to know, with the women that are in these grades from 5 to 7, because we do have readily available women to take up that space, how do they have this conversation with you outside this session? Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman behind the lady.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is directed to Sanral. I would like to concur with the first lady who spoke. My name is Simba from TSA Construction. She spoke about set-asides for grade 8 and 9 because you are clearly removing them from the system. If you just say that your CD, Contractor Development Program, is up to grade 7, what is happening to the grade 8 and 9s? Yesterday we spoke about grade 8s and 9s, which are emerging. Because to be a grade 9, you only need a large contract of 90 million. But what happens after that? Are you disappearing in the system? Is Sanral be able to assist? I think, personally, you guys should be deliberate on this in your documentation. We have the same companies working on the major roads, getting billions of contracts, right? Worth of contracts. Is it not possible for Sanral to say, okay, fine, you big company, you win the tender, whoever wins the tender, you do your 50 kilometers, for example, right? And then 10 kilometers should be given to a grade 8 or grade 9. And they should mentor that particular contractor in doing the work successfully. I think that way it will enable the grade 8s and 9s to be able to tender against these companies 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Because if you look at it, you've been doing this transformation thing for years now, but we still see the same players at that level. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a hand here, the last one. Okay, omunye uvukela umoya. There's a lady here and then the gentleman behind.
It's not me with the moyamos.
Or is it the guy? Oh, okay. All right.
Now that it's clear. Okay. I also wanted to say something, but the honorary doctor is not there. The one you made a doctor. I don't know, introduced him as a doctor. I think it was Dr. Thabo Masumbuka.
Oh, from KPMG. Yeah.
Yes. And also Sanral, I think. Thank you so much for the presentations and submissions. They were quite wonderful. But I have a question, because I'm thinking there's a consistent, geographical absence in terms of these initiatives. Women, youth in the rural space, let me just be straightforward. How do we get them to participate in programs within the transport sector, right? And I'm asking this because I'm realizing how urbanized or how far away these programs are from people who are not located in the periphery of the urban spaces. Thank you.
Okay, and then the last hand, the gentleman there with, yes, yeah, that gentleman.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Spumezenze from NHPRC. Mine are just quick and specific facilitator, so to say. One question, have we costed the necessary infrastructure in a per municipality? Because we hear that there's this infrastructure that is needed in the country. Have we costed? How much would it take to get this infrastructure in terms of rents and cents? And number two, have we classified this infrastructure in terms of what should be a priority and what should come first or the third? What are the non-negotiables in terms of this infrastructure? Then, and the state of readiness, I think it has been hinted about the emerging contractors or historically disadvantaged contractors. So, how do we integrate the state of readiness with quality? Have we thought of partnering with capacitated contractors? Can we bridge that gap? How do we bridge that gap? I understand the background that the previous white contractors and so on and so forth. How can we learn from those capacitated contractors in order to make sure that the emerging contractors with no capacity are in a position whereby we can be able to produce quality? So have you thought even in terms of quality and the cost? Because it seems as if the bridges or infrastructures that are being constructed by our emerging contractors or previously disadvantaged contractors are being wiped away by the rivers. Then what can we learn from the capacitated contractors? Have we thought about that and any interventions? Is it real training, or maybe is it like an issue of getting more profits or lucrative profits? Then the other one, which is the last one, a facilitator. What is the percentage of the innovative building technologies that will be absorbed by those projects that are by that infrastructure that we're talking about? Have we thought about alternative technology in various areas? Where can we use those ones? Have we classified that as well and also incorporated in percentage terms? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. All right, the last questions, I don't know if there's any of the panel members that will ask, but maybe let's start with yourself, Tandile, to try and answer the questions posed more towards Sandra. And maybe before he answers, I see Remo Fokeng here that, Remo Fokeng, maybe this, I don't know how we do things sometimes in the country. So if Sandral is developing all these policies and programs and whatnot, shouldn't maybe the likes of BBC be inputting into such, so that, because we keep on repeating the same things, conference after conference, but we don't seem to be moving forward. Yes, thank you, sir. You can just try to summarize.
Thanks, Mhlekaza. I hope I captured everything. I think the first one was around the set-asides by Umem there for the grade 9s. I think I did mention the set-asides are not only for the CDP or Contractor Development Program. When I'm talking about set-asides, those two programs are two different programs. So there's a Contractor Development Program, and the set-asides is something that is still coming. When I said set-aside, I meant we will be in a position to say if these particular projects are for this particular designated group. Not necessarily 5 to 7, as is the case for Contractor Development Program. I hope that one is clear. Those are two different things. When it comes to the second question, I'm not advocating for us to do away or not give support to grade 1s to grade 4s. That is not what I'm saying. I said those programs that we have for grade 1s to grade 4s, those remain. As an example, we've got community development projects that target that group. which is also like an incubator. That's just another Sandal initiative. I'm just trying to show that there are programs that speak to grade 1s to grade 4s. And we are talking about people living with disability in those grades. In each project, we've got sub-targets that we set in there that need to be met. And people living with disability form part of those sub-targets. So no, we are not doing away with any of what we've been doing over the years. We are still doing that, but we are adding over and above what we have been doing to close the gap that I've just identified. Not to say that we don't need those interventions, they are still going to be there. In terms of the potholes, maybe I shouldn't answer that one. I'll talk to the UMEM after the meeting. I'm not sure. When we are saying we are fixing them wrong, I don't know in what sense, you know. So maybe not for this meeting, maybe I'll just talk to you after the meeting. Thanks. In terms of a very good question when it comes to the professionals. We are talking about set-asides, and it's a contracted development program, which is correct. In this instance, we are looking at contractors, but the second phase of this, which I didn't mention because it also needs to be approved, is the consultants element. So we are looking into that one, but it's still in its development stages. And then we will also present those once it's ready to do so. I hope that answers your question.
Is that
okay?
Is that all for? Oh, you still have another one, Sandra? Because I think most of the questions were for Sandra, except the last question by the gentleman asking about new building technologies and.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe the last one is just the question asked by the lady in terms of reaching out to rural areas, and these programs seem to be focused on urban areas. Maybe something I missed there on the contracted development program as well was that it's a provincial program. So it's not a national program where it's going to be a blanket approach. So each program, province, it's going to have its own contracted development program. So in that way, hopefully we are able to be more inclusive in that sense. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. So I don't know if there's anything else because everything really was for Sandra, but you can come up and say, yeah, I think as Ramufukeng is coming up, for me, what I'm picking up, MC and Ramufukeng, I don't see Borre Masimeni here, is that for me, I think at some point, government should have a list of competent contractors or service providers and consultants to say, we know these ones are competent and give them work. You know, while yes, we are talking about development, incubation, mentorship, but I'm saying that I think we all agree that there are contractors and consultants that can do the work. They must just be given the work. And of course, coupled with that is finance for working capital, because I think that's where also part of the problem comes. Ramufukeng wants to say something.
Thank you very much, moderator. President Inzerliti, the answer, President Dadule Fatsi. Nekikupa first and foremost, le opelem BBCB imazo. Yes. Yes, le opelem BBCB imazo. Because what the board has approved yesterday from Sandra, the BBCBE has been in discussions with Sandra for the longest time for this program. So we are more than ecstatic that this project is now on the go, my good sir. And we look forward to you participating in this program. Jwale ne re kopa hore ha o advertise-wa le kenye mabitso submitter president ha available ne le president re kopa le re kenye ha hona president a tlo kenya motho. We have done our work as the BBCBE to make sure that the policy is in place at Sandra. You must now respond as members so that we can participate and benefit from this program. By that I'm saying, moderator, the BBCBE is actively involved in making sure that the environment is conducive. just as Central has now introduced this contractor development program. On the issue of the set-aside, we want to repeat, Central can't do set-asides now because we have not yet promulgated the regulations of the Public Procurement Act. And that's why we are working very hard. Those of you who were here yesterday got a report from Dr. Matebula that we are now busy with the regulations. Once those regulations are done and they are promulgated, Central will then be empowered to say, "Ena ke abo mme fela, ena ke abatjha fela, ena ke abo mang fela." Ra utlwana mbomme le bontate. And we are actively involved in all of those processes. So from the BBCB perspective, we are clear as to the policy direction we are taking as far as transformation and development is concerned. And we are doing this so that the environment is conducive for your participation. Opera BBCB Mazo. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think, sorry? Around mentorship. Okay. Sandra, the question is, how do you source your mentees and mentors? Well, sorry, that's transport. Eh? How do you, well, firstly, you have mentors.
Yes.
And how are they sourced? Or how are they going to be sourced? And of course, the mentees.
I think maybe the lady didn't hear me clearly, but I did mention the sourcing of mentees is from schools, from organizations, and from various professional bodies. And in terms of stats are relative. So I can't give a conclusive answer towards the stats part, but it has been proven that mentorship does actually promote inclusivity towards the built environment. But I'd have to find out in terms of stats. Thanks.
You are semi-covered. Ne? Okay, I think we've overstayed our time. We've come to the end of our session. Thanks, our graveyard session. Thanks for all the audience that is still around and the questions that were raised. Thank you, MC.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Thank you to the panel members. Well appreciated for your insight. Let's now call Chief just to do a quick summary of the proceedings today. Then we can invite TG to come and do a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm going to try and be as quickly as possible. I know that we are tired. It's Friday, so my name is Chief Carrington Tlale. I'm the head of project management unit within the Black Business Council in the built environment. My job is a bit difficult. I'm going to try and go as quickly as I can, just to give a summary of the outcomes from this Indaba. And mainly to just assure everyone, I think if maybe the AV guys can just put also the QR code for questions as well, that we are able as well, if there's still any questions that we have, that we are able then to deal with them outside of this session. So we will really appreciate if you share them with us. So as we started this conference, and colleagues, the Indaba, we always had an objective, and as the BBCBE, through the leadership of Ntate Masemene, Ntate Dube, Masdumedi, was that we wanted our policy position that we have been pursuing to be supported by action. And over the last year or so, we have been able to do that. And I think this is a culmination of that. As much as we would have liked to do much more, we need capacity to be able to do it. Maybe I must remind everyone that the leadership of the BBCBE are elected, they are not employed. So they have got to fit in the BBCBE within everything else that is happening within their lives. So it is always important that members and those stakeholders support the objectives of the organization to lighten up the load. So as we started, colleagues, we had, let me go to it so that, as we started, we had the opening addresses for support. We had the President, Dr. Masimini, coming in and addressing key issues that the sector is challenged with. But most importantly, that sets the agenda for the BBCBE to be able to move forward. And like what we had said, we are looking at solutions. And us looking at solutions, we need members to be able to provide those solutions. And part of it, if you remember, and I think this is one of the first times, I'm not sure, press, if ever representatives of SAFSEC and MBSA has actually participated formally in events that are BBCBE. And this is testament of the vision that we need to collaborate around issues that we have so that we have got common solutions. We also had CISA on issues around professionals. So the full scope of the value chain itself is very important that we do address it, and the BBCBE is cognizant of that. We had the industry regulation panel, which dealt with key issues around regulations. We know that there is a big issue around Public Procurement Act. And disappointingly, when the call came for people to come and participate in the discussions that were leading to the Public Procurement Act, we didn't get a big outcome, uptake on it. That was immediately organized about 2 weeks after the last year's Indaba, where the CIDB and CETA catered for that meeting. The turnout in that meeting was quite low, and yet what was achieved from that meeting actually culminated to what you are actually finding in the Public Procurement Act. So if you are not going to lobby your own organization around the regulations that are being developed, you're going to be part of the public that comments on it. So I don't know, maybe people want to comment in public, and yet they have got an opportunity to set the tone about the discussions themselves. And here we have got members of BBCBE that are part of the task team for the development of regulations. I think you only then start understanding the tough job that needs to happen around regulations. I thought that regulations, you need to just do just regulations. I only knew clearly that there is general regulations, there is infrastructure regulations. So I think there is the other type of regulations. And it's only then when we realize the type of impact that the organization is doing. But without the help from the members and actually black business itself, we're going to be lost. We had also the CIDB, the mentioning of the BUILD program. The BBCBE is quite active in making sure that program delivers around transformation. CSCC, we know that the process is starting, the charter is expiring. So if as members, we are not already making our contributions through the stakeholder processes that we have, we will be left behind when that time comes to do those negotiations. So I think this conference, it is clear that the information that was given within the regulatory panel needs to be taken serious, that it is a call for action for members to start contributing to all this input that is coming. So that is very important for us to be able then to deal with. And then we had the Higher Education and Training DG giving us an address. Most of the content that he had indicated and he referred to was the national skills, the consolidation of the national skills plan and programs, that we need to be able then to have access to that information, which is available from their website. We shared it in the 2024 Build Environment in Indaba report, highlighting critical skills and what we need to do as an organization. I think he further highlighted the importance of the right type of skills development. You know, I still remember whenever I hear skills development, I remember the chair of CIDB, of CETA, mentioning that we need to have skills for purpose. I'm always asking myself, how are we going to achieve that when we ourselves are just training for the sake of training? So that is one of the things that we have got to be purposeful about, and as a resolution for our own businesses, then that translates to this, to the BBCBE, and this Indaba needs to be taken quite serious. We had also Tirisano Fund. This is one of the critical organizations that we have within our organization based on the history that we had. So it is important for us to be able then to deal with the interaction with regards to Tirisano Fund. As you would know or not know, the BBCBE is now formally participating back in the Tirisano Fund so that we can direct the approach and the impact that that fund needs to have into the sector itself. We also had Avenir Holdings highlighting the importance of candidacy as well. I think it is always difficult, especially as an organization as BBCBE, to deal with issues around the construction side and the professional and suppliers and manufacturers. But we've been able to successfully keep a balance around it. And with regards to the challenge that we are having as we are talking about professionalization of the public sector, we have got to ensure that the private sector as well is professionalized. So the importance of candidacy becomes much more critical. And as an organization, we have taken a step by having quite exclusive MOUs with Sanral around placement and also around candidacy as well, interlinking into them. So that is one of the things that we've done. With IDT, we have done the same. With DBSA as well, we have done the same. So I think what we need to be able then to do is to get an input from the members themselves to be able then for us to contribute effectively to the action plans. Then we had the presentation that was part of the funding panel with regards to from GIB as part of the funding solutions, infrastructure finance through innovations. As we had mentioned, that BBCBE is now focused on ensuring that there is infrastructure finance, both for the actual infrastructure itself and as well as for contractors, and in some cases for consultants as well. So we have, through the DBSA's MOU that we have started looking at what opportunities we could have. One of them, I think, and Dadechweni mentioned around the issue of project preparation. This is one of the areas that we have been struggling around, and in project origination itself, and that is one area that we are going in this next year are going to focus on. So as we come to the 2026 event, we're hoping we're able to report back and say we have found the department in DBSA that does project origination, and also the East projects that have been originated. Also, we have dealt with issues around performance guarantees, retention guarantees, prepayment guarantees, bid bonds as well, so that there is a clear solution. So now there wouldn't necessarily be a reason why you are not competitive, that you are not able to show the financial muscle to actually do projects. So that is one of the areas that we have actually looked at. So it is one of the resolutions that we will actually look at. With regards to infrastructure, South Africa, as an organization, we have dealt and had started having very close discussion with them, as we know, and also what the minister in his keynote address, highlighting that they will announce those that have won the preparation fund that they have put through. So through our interaction with Infrastructure South Africa, we have actually set particular targets around how do we ensure that SIP projects, we know about them, and that we can get members to start participating or even preparing to be able to participate in them. With regards to infrastructure fund, we also didn't understand it clearly, and I think the explanation that we had, that it funds public infrastructure. But in addition to that is that it funds public infrastructure that enables private infrastructure. So that means that there are projects that can be financed by infrastructure fund to enable private projects to actually be activated. So that is one area I believe that as an organization we've been able to effectively deal with. And this Indaba, I think, from an information perspective, I'm expecting that members, as much as we are saying questions, we are requesting that you give comments, give input. What are the areas that we need to deal with, that we need the stakeholders that we need to bring closer, that we are able then to make things much more easier. I know the messaging that has come through, and even the minister actually highlighted it. He said that the BBCBE needs to become an information aggregator. So that means anyone that needs information that is specific to the built environment, their first point of call must be the BBCBE, so that that information, then they can have access to it. So that is one of the areas that I believe this Indaba will be able then to deliver on. And just to add into that, the minister actually made a few recommendations and suggestions that we needed to put through. I just want to read them here. We'll get a full report as well. The minister highlighted that they'll establish the special projects unit to intervene in failed and stalled projects. This is something that we know even from the last Indaba. Our president Masemeni has highlighted. There is a lot of projects that are not completed, and yet we have contractors that don't have work. So this will actually assist us to be able then to complete those projects. He also added that he will implement a national facilitation framework to institutionalize single model of social and civil engagement for infrastructure project. We know that SANRAL is doing it and might not be perfect, but their social facilitation process is actually one of those that is actually working. So it is, I think, something that is welcomed and something that we have seen that it needs to be put into place, where that contractors are not left at the hands of the community where they are struggling to implement projects. And lastly, there is a need to engage industry stakeholders on the development of the industry master plan. So that is one area as an outcome of this Indaba that we will be pursuing. Maybe it might not be called a master plan, but it will achieve the same objective, that there is a clear direction around infrastructure development within South Africa, public to enable private as well. So that would have been from our first day colleagues on the outcome. They will be crystallized clearly in a report. There is an opportunity to also add so that we can make it much more clearer. With regards to human settlements, we know that the challenges have been articulated with the backlog that we have got with regards to human resources. Human settlements, I'm not gonna repeat them here. And the objective is to ensure that private sector contributes in ensuring that we deal with that. And I think the interaction, from the Women Task Team, I think it was made clear that they still need to be more interaction to ensure that it becomes implemented. There has been a big gap in that there is a shortfall in its implementation, and I think that is something that we'll take out of this Indaba, that it has got to be prioritized. We also then had the panel on alternative build technology. I think, colleagues, we have got this big challenge around the introduction of alternative build technology. I know that we didn't have enough time. This is one of the areas that we had looked at from last year. Unfortunately, with the changes that happened, we were not able to fulfill it. Hopefully this time we'll be able then, in partnership with human settlements, push for an ABT summit that is specifically linked to BBCBE, so that we are able then to deal into detail around why ABTs we're having so much challenge in its implementation. And we will all admit, if we were listening to the panel, we shouldn't have an issue implementing ABT, but we have got an issue. So there is a disconnect somewhere that we need to identify. How do we actually participate in that? And I think it's an area, if we look at the discussions around women participation, that it is an area that women businesses must take advantage of. If Agreement SA has approved over 200 technologies already on ABT, my question is that how many women businesses own those licenses? The next question, how many women-owned construction companies have been trained to be able to use those ABT technologies? So that is one area that we need to pursue as we go forward. I wouldn't go into detail with regards to each and every one, so for the sake of time. We also had the feedback with regards to the DTIC, when we move things around the DTIC, BE fund. Colleagues, sometimes it's important that we support the direction that our government is taking, especially around empowerment. And in some cases, it might not necessarily make full sense, but we know the objective around it is to make it easier for black businesses to access financing. And what we need to do as BBCBE is to ensure that that type of financing benefits our members and those that are aligned within our sector. One thing that we're going to ensure is that it doesn't also diminish existing funding models that are supporting the sector itself. So it can't be a replacement fund for what is already allocated to the sector. So that is one thing that we need to ensure that we maintain. We unfortunately didn't have the social economic infrastructure panel. We will probably, from the advice as well that we received, that we need to do much more with regards to webinars. For those that were there when we had the cocktail dinner with Sanral, the CEO highlighted the importance of us integrating with our partners to share information, not necessarily in settings like this, but for convenience to be able then to partner in sharing through webinars, through online conferences. So that is one area that the Indaba will be able to move forward in. I think the next one the next session that we will have, it will be one with us, with Sandra, to deal with issues around road infrastructure. And then we moved on to transport. We know that there is always a big challenge around road infrastructure. I must say that from our interaction with Sandral over the last few years, we have seen a positive outcome with regards to the suggestions that we have given, the way that we want to look to see things happening. And it's important, colleagues, that let's get ourselves ready. Let's not wait, as you have heard, that the contractor development program has been approved by the board of Sandral. Let's not wait for the advert to come out. Let's start getting ready. Most of the people that want to participate in Sandral contracts would have had access to at least one Sandral contract. They should have already have an idea with regards to the specification requirements around Sandral projects. Then, where are the gaps? As the BBCBE, we have started an interaction with some of organizations that will be able to make engineers available for small contractors. So those gaps will be able then to say we can close the gaps that are there for people to be able to participate. But we can't do it. We can't go force ourselves in other people's businesses. We need people to be able to say, this is where I am, and this is the gap I have. How can the organization assist me to be able to close that gap? So the organization itself is committed to be able to do that. So from our side, I think as an organization, we believe that the Indaba, as a platform collaboration, it doesn't mean only collaboration for those that are outside the organization, but it means collaboration for those that are even inside the organization. If black people don't collaborate with each other, how do we expect other people to collaborate with us? So it starts with us to be able then to have an attitude of collaboration, an attitude of ensuring that we assist each other. And the leadership of the BBCBE, led by Ntate Masemene, has committed itself into that. I sometimes think that they are permanent employees of BBCBE, the way that they have committed themselves to this cause. Let's use that opportunity, because that opportunity might pass and we wouldn't have had the benefit of it. Let's not abuse them, but let's use them so that we can benefit the sector. Colleagues, please, as we have that QR code, if there is questions, if there is comments, if there is complaints, we will direct them to the right people that those complaints needs to go to. But if you give a challenge or a complaint, provide a solution as well. And offer yourself and your time to be part of the solution. We won't be able to do this alone or as the leadership of BBCBE. So it is about time that the organization and the members say that, stop saying, what is the organization going to do for me? It must be, how am I going to partner with the organization to be able to find a solution and a lasting solution? We want deployees. We want people that can be stand to meetings and represent a sector objective that will benefit at the end of the day their businesses as well. Just to close, I always have a challenge in our meeting. Our meetings always have a clause, there's a clause on it that says conflict of interest. And I always say to myself, I came to the organization conflicted because I want to make money. But if I'm not able to make money, then what is the reason for me to be there? So the objective must always be, when we contribute to the sector, that means I can't be the only one that benefits. It must be open and beneficial to everyone else. So hence we're saying the Indaba has got to become a system that we are able to tap into whenever we are stuck, whenever we have got challenges. We must be able to access the system, and the system must be able to access the opportunities that we need. But at the same time, we must be able to put the effort ourselves as well. Colleagues, I don't want to I'm taking too long, more than enough. We'll make the report available. We have got everyone's details. The report will be put also on the site. The BBCBE has got the women chapter and the youth chapter. The intention is that we have got clear programs as well around it, so that we can share with members. And going forward, we are up for partnership. We don't know everything. The system is too tough for us, so that means we can only be able to participate in it through collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have arrived at the logical end of our program. Thank you very much for enduring it. It's been too long, a day, 2 days. But yeah, it talks to the level of commitment, determination, and endurance, because forward we go. You remember that struggle. When we said forward we go, backward never. Magwala chechi, le moraho. We are on our pilots at that. If it's not pilot you then going to. Yeah, but thank you for the constructive way of engaging ministers. Mahlobo said, don't be polite with us. Robustly engage with respect. I think that's what we need. We need to show our public officials that we don't have personal hate against them. We just hate the system that they are presiding over. And if they don't show political, intentional leadership to change the system, then we'll force them to do that. The opponents of transformation, colleagues, are at war. I told you that they run to every court they find. High Court, Supreme Court, Constitutional Court. Now they want Donald Trump to create them their own court. They go to Donald. If they see they fail, if they fail everywhere else, they go to Donald. So we need to mobilize our own Donalds. Even if the Chinese must be our own Donalds, let's bring them and fight the established status quo. Colleagues, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure interacting with you. Looking forward to engage in various platforms. And let's push the narrative that, the golden beneficiaries of transformation, we should be us. We're not silent. We're going to fight. And we're going to be vocal. We're going to hear us everywhere. Radio, we're there. We're going to articulate this thing. TV, even if we irritate some people. I know some people ask us that, do you guys have bodyguards? We don't need bodyguards. Because we are going to challenge the status quo until the status quo collapse. Because that's what we need. President, please come and close so that you can release the stakeholders and wish them a good weekend. Thank you very much.
Program Director, thank you very much for having directed the program of this August event for 2 days. And already there are plans in place that comes 2026, you are going to have a women core program director also to make sure that you get relieved. Colleagues, again, as the leadership of Black Business Council in the built environment, we have executed another successful chapter of the built environment in Indaba. A round of applause for that. And this is done by the leadership of this organization, supported by what we refer to as the Stratcom Built Environment Committee, the committee that had to convene their meetings every Thursday, 7 p.m. And 3 weeks towards the event, they had to have those meetings 7 p.m. every evening. And a round of applause for our Stratcom members. What we did here, starting from yesterday, obviously we've touched some nerves. You might have seen our articles flying all over the media platforms, but we're not surrendering. Phambili siyaya. We're not going to surrender, because if we surrender, our children and our grandchildren, they will ask us, or that, where were you when things went left? So we are not determined to surrender in any form or shape. The ministries that were here, it was as if they were choreographed. All of them, they've requested a structured official engagements with the leadership of the BBCBE. But because we gain nothing from stealing the limelight, when we go to those meetings, we will be inviting our collaborators from SAFSEC, MBSA, and CESA, because we are deliberate and intentional in making sure that this becomes one industry. We don't have an industry of the emerging, and we don't have an industry of the established. Everything must be collapsed into one industry, but we are very much considerate that before we do that, the playing field has to be leveled. And it is important that we give ourselves a round of applause. In most events of this caliber, Friday afternoon, we'll be left with about 6 people. The rest would have started their weekend already. So a round of applause to yourself who are still seated here. And I would like to apologize to our exhibitors, because time and again we should have announced that we are having exhibitors in the other hall 2. And as you walk around, go and grab a cup of coffee or tea, make sure that you visit our stalls, because given our economic conditions, they are not exhibiting for free. They exhibit at a cost. And they are here to market their products. And we managed, where possible, to take our ministers, deputy ministers, to go and see the stalls. And we are going to continue to do that. And we are saying to you, exhibitors, we wouldn't have had this successful built environment in Indaba without you. A round of applause for our exhibitors. Domestically, it is important that we address our issues as fast as we can, so that by the time that we usher in our African counterparts, by the time that we usher in our global counterparts, we no longer discuss domestic politics as far as the built environment is concerned. By that time, we should be addressing opportunities. Don't you appreciate that? And to yourself as the delegate, wouldn't have had this successful Indaba without you. Though we still had some seats as people are coming in and out. So, but we really appreciate, and we believe that with proper coordination, in 2026, we are going to have an overflow at the back, because there will be no seat. You will have no space to sit. To our panelists, thank you very much for having graced this occasion and shared this vital and empowering information with our delegates. We know that in some quotas, you would have charged for sharing this information, but just because it is BBCBE who are championing this event, you have decided to do that free of charge. Thank you very much. We are going to engage with the Ministry of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Department of Transport, Department of Human Settlement, Department of Water and Sanitation. Even those departments that were not represented here, but they do have an element of infrastructure, we will reach out to them, because it is important that we go out and bring solutions. Government does not have all the solutions. Most of the solutions, they are sitting with us as business people and as the private sector. So we are going to go engage in those meetings. But what we are going to do, we are going to open doors and say the room is open. There are opportunities there, but the responsibility still lies with you to go into those rooms and grab those opportunities for yourselves. But what is important is also, even before we look outside, we should be able to amplify and make sure that we consolidate on networking amongst ourselves. When you do business, you have some opportunities that you want to subcontract, and you have products that you are selling that are in the industry. It is us who must support you, while in return you support those who want to be held up by their hand. They say when you climb up the ladder, take someone with you so that when you fall, at least that person can be able to balance you from falling off the ladder. So it is important, colleagues, that as early as next month, the month of May, we are starting with the planning and preparation of the built environment in Indaba, Africa, 2026. And then the buzzword is partnership, because we have realized that it becomes tiring to go to the same people saying we are having that event again, come and sponsor. So we want to sit around the table with strategic partners so that we all contribute to this event. And when we contribute to this event, we are not doing this for ourselves, but we are doing this for the industry. And it is high time, colleagues, that even ourselves, as various practitioners within the built environment industry, we contribute to this kind of event. Because when we go to the state entities, when we go to government, they say that we're dishing out a lot of tenders to our members. Why can't they support this event? Because this event is about you. And you, meaning that we're looking at the gaps within the state and we're making interventions and making sure that those gaps, they are being closed. So we'll be coming to you. And then when you see our mail requesting you to partner, you know, there is that thing that they say auto-delete. Our mail will not be a spam. Please take consideration and contribute in whatever way that you can for this event. And we are intentional that this event, at the end of the day, is that in South Africa, we're just going to have one event per year that addresses solutions and interventions that affects the built environment. Colleagues, as I conclude, I have to say thank you to the leadership of BBCBE, to the leadership of BBC that have also supported us from day one up to today, the leadership of our member organization and corporates, and in particular, our sponsors. Without our sponsors, we would have been closed out and this event could not have materialized. And a special thanks to our main sponsor, Construction, Education and Training Authority, to our anchor sponsor, CIDB, DBSA, Sandra, NHFC, Henry and Fagan Consulting Engineers, and other sponsors that have really assisted in making sure that this event become successful. And colleagues, we will be sending the reports that were for yesterday. The report is almost done. For today, we're just going to consolidate and send you the summary of what we dealt with. And as I conclude, to say thank you to the board, management, and the sales executives of Galaga Convention Center for having allowed us to convene the second chapter of the Built Environment Indaba again here at Galaga Convention Center. And you have tolerated us, and for that we really appreciate. The scripture of Psalm 100, chapter 4 to 5, it says, "Enter into his gates with thanksgiving and into his courts with praise. Be thankful unto him and bless his name, for the Lord is good, and so is the BBCBE." Thank you very much. The Indaba is closed. There was an issue of the Chinese company. As the BBCBE, we have already started working, and we are not going to impose tariffs on the Chinese company. But we are going to find a way to work with the Chinese company And we are going to do that in conjunction with the CIDB. We need our Chinese counterparts. They must come and empower us, but they must not take away the last crust of bread from our table. We need their capacity, but we are going to do it in such a way that we are all going to benefit in this pie. The pie is big enough for all of us, so that is going to be addressed.